Chapter 1557. Yi Kuang's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He had absolute confidence in a one-on-one fight, and he could also fight against two at once. However, when it came to 1 against 4, it was a big problem for him. After all, these 4 were not ordinary people. If any of them fully matured, they would have the ability to compete with him. Even if they had not fully matured yet, with the 4 of them joining forces, with his current state, he was not even at half of his peak fighting strength. How could he be a match for them? Yi Kuang was not an ordinary person. Since he had sensed the danger, he naturally would not let himself stand under the wall. He immediately turned around and fled without saying a word, because he knew very well that in front of these people, saying anything was tantamount to asking for humiliation. He's gone. A stream of light flashed beside Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shukong appeared next to him. Yi Qianqian also followed closely behind. Their cultivation had almost broken into the 7th sky of celestial realm at the same time. At this time, they had not yet consolidated their cultivation, but their aura was already pure 7th sky of celestial realm. I still want to have a good fight with him. Zhong Batian, such a big name. Yi Shukong snorted coldly. There was a bit of anger in his heart. Previously, because of Yi Kuang, they had to retreat in advance. If it was not for Yi Shiwen holding Yi Kuang back, how could they have broken through now? Although Yi Kuang was scared away, he was still unwilling in his heart. He wanted to kill Yi Kuang with his own hands. At this point, both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality. At this time, it was too ridiculous to mention the friendship of the same clan. Yi Shukong was a proud person. He carried the blood of the gods and was indescribably noble. Even in the case of a monstrous genius like Yi Shiwen, he was still a first-class figure. He had been determined to challenge the Yi clan's 5 tyrants for many years. Next to him, Yi Qianqian looked at Yi Shiwen's injuries, and her eyes became colder. She did not care about the 5 tyrants. She only knew that Yi Shiwen was seriously injured. "Are you okay?" Yi Qianqian asked with concern. "I'm fine, He. As long as it is not a fatal blow, I'm fine." Yi Shiwen grinned and said, this time he had recovered a lot. This was the truth. With the magic of phoenix regeneration, as long as he was not killed on the spot, there would always be a way to recover. "That's good." Yi Qianqian nodded and said, she firmly believed in Yi Shiwen's words. Moreover, she had gone through many life and death situations with him, so she was well aware of the fact that Yi Shiwen possessed an extremely powerful power technique. "Yi Shiwen, I owe you another favor this time." "Sai, what should I do?" "This favor is getting bigger and bigger." Yi Qiong covered his forehead, looking very distressed. "Ha ha, don't worry. There will be opportunities in the future." Yi Shiwen also said in a carefree manner, "That's true. We still have a long way to go." Yi Qiong said with a smile. But this time, Yi Kuang suffered a double loss. He did not accomplish anything. This time, it seems that there are some of his spies around me. When I go back, I need to remove these people first. Otherwise, I won't be able to hide anything from him in the future. Yi Qiong's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. This time, it could be said that he had almost died. If Yi Shiwen hadn't come out with a surprise attack at the critical moment, then perhaps Yi Kuang would have succeeded. If Yi Kuang had succeeded, then the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if it was just a fortuitous encounter, it would still have a huge impact on him. It was a profound lesson. Unlike Yi Shiwen was a loner. It was impossible to plant a spy around him. So, this time he quietly left the number 1 secret territory with Fangqi. Yi Kuang was completely unaware of it. He only found out that Yi Shiwen had left the secret territory. However, Yi Qiong had gathered a group of people around him. They were also the foundation of his future fight for the position of the family head. Some of them were even his confidants. But these people had been infiltrated by Yi Kuang. This was undoubtedly a big lesson for Yi Qiong. Yi Shiwen, after this incident, I'm afraid that you will become a thorn in Yi Kwang's side. You must also be careful. The demon-suppressing city has always been ruthless. As long as they believe that something is right, they will do it by hook or by crook. Yi Qiong looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a bit of surprise in his eyes. He saw that the wound on Yi Shiwen's chest had almost healed. He could not help but be speechless. He had seen with his own eyes how serious the injury was. He had almost been split in half and killed. How long had it been? But it had almost healed. He did not know whether it was because of Yi Shiwen's special physique or because of some special martial technique. But no matter which one it was still an amazing thing. Don't worry, Yi Kwang and the others are not to be trifled with. I am not a useless person either, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. However, he was somewhat vigilant in his heart. Yi Qiong's words had reminded him that if Yi Kwang could kill Yi Qiong, he might be able to kill him in the future. The machi in the sky is getting thicker. Suddenly Yi Qianshan said. She raised her head slightly and looked into the void. After hearing Yi Qianshan's words, everyone also looked up. Sure enough, the machi in the sky was getting thicker. Although they could not penetrate through the layers of space to see the specific situation of the royal court, they could see that it was just a small black in the sky. Now it was the size of a palm. It was obvious that the machi had increased several times in this period of time. This was not good news for the human race. A bad feeling emerged in everyone's heart. At their level, it could be said that it was rare to have such a feeling. But when it came, it was usually a bad sign. Ordinary people sometimes had a sixth sense, let alone them. Their sixth sense was many times more sensitive than ordinary people. At this time, Yi Shiwen remembered someone's words. The aura of a great calamity could be smelled even with one's toes. No matter what, even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Now, let those heaven realm experts worry about these things. We should think about the imperial court battle in a few years to fight for the top 100. This time, our Yi family has so many people in the top 100, so naturally we have to show off our Yi family's might. Yi Qiong looked at the three of them and said. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It had been many years since the Yi clan had such a large group of top geniuses. Even the 5 lords had appeared one after the other. For the Yi clan, this might be a great opportunity. Everyone, we should make use of this time to train. If anything happens and the demon race breaks in, it might be time for us to act. Before that, if we can step into the celestial realm, we will be able to protect ourselves in this chaotic world. Yi Qiong's gaze swept across everyone. These words were already very harsh. Although there were still remnants of the demon race causing trouble inside and the demon race attacking outside, the situation was not that serious. There had been no news of the imperial court being captured. Not even a single outer city's defense line had been shaken. With the invasion of the demon race, the human race's accumulated strength for many years was completely unleashed. Experts emerged one after another. Many experts that no one had ever heard of attacked and killed the demon race. From the looks of the situation, it might just be a small disturbance that would be quelled. Over the years, the human race had encountered many such disturbances. For Yi Qiong to say something like this, it was more or less to the point of being heart-wrenching. If it was before this, Yi Qiong would definitely not say such words because it would be too deep. But it was different now. They could be said to have gone through life and death together. The few of them had their own guesses about this. They did not feel that Yi Qiong's words were too sudden. They just nodded. Well, let's go back first. Hurry up and go back to consolidate the realm. Yi Qiong looked at Yi Shiwen again. This kid was really a monster. Not only was his recovery ability scary, but his speed of consolidation was also amazing. The 4 of them had almost broken through in almost no time. However, the 3 of them still needed to go back to consolidate their realm. Yi Shiwen had completely consolidated his realm. This was the gap between them. They did not delay and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the Yi family. The four of them were top experts. Needless to say, they were rushing as fast as lightning. Previously, in order to get rid of Yi Kuang, they had to take a detour. This time, they directly went in the direction of the Yi family. In less than half a day, they had already arrived at the Yi family. Yi Shiwen, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Shiwen and the others had just stepped into the Yi family. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Then a figure slowly walked out of the void. It was a young man in a white robe. He had a fair face and sharp eyebrows. He was extraordinarily handsome. At this time, he looked at Yi Shiwen with a bit of contempt and disdain. Everyone instantly recognized the origin of this young man in a white robe because he was too famous. In the Yi family, the 5 tyrants were the most famous. This young man in a white robe was one of the 5 tyrants, Yi Xinghe. Among the 5 tyrants, Yi Xinghe was the only one who appeared as a young man. He was also young and proud. At a very early age, he had already become famous in the Yi family. Later, when the 5 tyrants of the Yi family were re-elected, he was one of them. Moreover, he had never come back after going up. Yi Kuang was also the youngest among the 5 tyrants. He was young and proud, so he was also the most arrogant and domineering one among the 5 tyrants. Although Yi Kuang was arrogant, but he was not too arrogant and domineering. Even though Yi Shiwen was his enemy, he had to admit that Yi Kuang was indeed a man of great talent and great ambition. Moreover, the most important thing was that Yi Xinghe was from the imperial clan court. Chapter 1558. Yi Xinghe was the pillar of the Yi clan's imperial clan court. Many large organizations of the Yi clan trained the younger generation to be their successors. Among them, the 5 tyrants were the most famous and powerful. Although Yi Xinghe was arrogant and domineering, he was also recognized by everyone as tyrannical. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the last to squeeze into the position of the 5 tyrants. Although the positions of the 5 tyrants were chosen by everyone, it wasn't as simple as that. The higher-ups of the Yi clan would always allocate resources to the geniuses. The more powerful the geniuses, the more resources they would receive. Among them, the 5 tyrants received the most resources. Otherwise, how could they stand out from the crowd? In fact, although they were strong in the beginning, they weren't as far ahead as they were now. This was seizing the initiative, taking the lead step by step, and finally leaving everyone else in the dust. Yi Shiwen's complexion turned dignified. His relationship with the imperial clan palace couldn't be considered as friendly. The imperial clan palace had taken advantage of the absence of the law enforcement hall's elders and had wanted to arrest him. Then he had created a huge ruckus in the imperial clan palace and had thoroughly stripped their face. Now that Yi Xinghe had appeared here, he was probably up to no good. What's the matter? Yi Shiwen glanced at him and asked indifferently, I'm just here to see what you are. I'm already arrogant enough. But compared to you, I'm afraid I'm still lacking. Yi Xinghe looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a frivolous expression, how could he not know the evaluation of others? Not only was he not ashamed of it, but on the contrary, he was even more proud of it. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of him, why would they describe him in such a manner? What kind of place is the imperial clan court? How dare you break into it? Yi Xinghe glanced at Yi Shiwen and said. His eyes drifted towards Yi Qiong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Shukong. You can also try breaking into the law enforcement hall. Yi Shiwen said in a lukewarm tone. Yi Xinghe almost lost his breath. He stared at Yi Shiwen with his eyes wide open. F***CK. What kind of place is the law enforcement hall? It's the place that controls the laws of the Yi clan. Isn't he courting death by breaking into the law enforcement hall? The law enforcement hall wasn't like the imperial clan court in the past. He could casually barge into the law enforcement hall without any problems. However, he would certainly die if he dared to barge into the law enforcement hall now. After all, any old antique could come out and kill him. The imperial clan court wouldn't have anything to say about it. However, barging into the law enforcement hall without permission would result in the death penalty. This was different from what Yi Shiwen had done in the past. "Brat, looks like I've underestimated you." Yi Xinghe looked at him coldly, and his expression turned cold. He was no longer as frivolous as before. "Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you cleared the imperial clan court. You're just taking advantage of the fact that there are no tigers in the mountains. Only a monkey can claim to be a king. Actually, you're nothing. You can call yourself a king." Yi Shiwen glanced at him and said. Yi Xinghe suddenly became furious again. Wasn't this mocking him as a monkey? Yi Qianqian and the others next to him also held back their laughter, which made Yi Xinghe even more furious. This was not a blatant mockery. He was that monkey. "Brat, you're indeed insolent. However, you're making a big mistake if you dare to be insolent in front of me." Yi Xinghe's face was cold and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Yi Shiwen. "Today, I'll let you know that it's not so easy to take advantage of the imperial clan court." As he said that, he looked at Yi Qiong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Shukong and said, "Are you guys going to help him?" There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Unlike Yi Shiwen, Yi Qianqian and Yi Shukong had just broken through to the seventh heaven of the celestial realm and could not completely restrain their auras. Therefore, it was easy to determine the strength of the three of them. Just one of them was already very troublesome, let alone three of them. He had no choice but to be afraid. "No." Yi Qiong shrugged and said with a smile, "What kind of joke was this?" Although Yi Shiwen was only at the fourth heaven of the celestial realm, he could barely fight Yi Kuang, who had already stepped into the seventh heaven of the celestial realm. Would he need his help? Seeing that Yi Qiong and the others had no intention of helping, Yi Xinghe heaved a sigh of relief. Although he felt that there was something hidden in Yi Qiong's smile that he did not understand, he did not take it to heart. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. A mere Yi Shiwen would not be able to overturn the heavens. "Young master, don't talk nonsense with him. Take him back and torture him. I don't believe that this person must have been instructed by someone else." At this time, a short and fat old man appeared in the void and stared at Yi Shiwen coldly. Judging from his attire, he should be a powerful elder-level expert of the imperial clan court. Such an expert would be a giant level figure in the ancient Baron's continent. He would also have a high position in the Yi family. Compared to him, although Yi Shiwen was valued previously, he was nothing at all. "How dare you? Your imperial clan court is really not done yet." Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said in an unfriendly tone. The anger that he suffered from Yi Kuang had completely erupted at this time. It could only be said that these two people happened to bump into the muzzle of his gun, causing his expression to turn abnormally ugly. This imperial clan court was really endless. They had not learned their lesson after being messed up by him previously. At this time, they still dared to send people to intercept him. It seemed that they would not be satisfied until he was sent to the imperial clan court's prison. Previously, so many stewards of the imperial clan court were all killed by Yi Shiwen alone. This also made them aware of Yi Shiwen's strength. Perhaps even a sixth heaven of the celestial realm expert could not control him. Therefore, they sent Yi Xinghe and this elder at the seventh heaven of the celestial realm. There were no other experts. Did they still need other experts? Naturally, there was no need. If they still failed with an elder taking action, they would be too ashamed to face others. Among the younger generation, the current popular rumor was that Yi Kuang was still in closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the seventh heaven of the celestial realm. Even if there was someone who had secretly entered the seventh heaven of the celestial realm, he should not be the opponent of an experienced elder. Moreover, this person was definitely not Yi Shiwen. It seems that if I don't teach your imperial clan court a lesson, this kind of thing will never end. Yi Shiwen's tone became low, and he said with a sneer, How dare you? Our imperial clan court represents the ancestral family law. No one can disobey the ancestral family law. You, the remnant of the demon race, better surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The elder of the imperial clan court glared at Yi Xuan coldly and scolded sternly. There was a bit of disgust in his eyes. Then let me see how you plan to be impolite. Yi Xuan's tone rose one word at a time, and the aura inside his body also soared in circles. With his body as the center, a huge tornado was formed and instantly soared into the sky. Such a movement suddenly attracted the attention of many people. This aura had already surpassed the ordinary celestial realm, and it immediately attracted the attention of many experts in the depths of the Yi clan. Yi Xuan, why is it this Yi Xuan again? What does he want to do? Does he want to start a fight in front of our Yi clan? Yes, the imperial clan court. The people of the imperial clan court and Yi Xuan have collided again. It seems to be much more interesting now. Ha, that's right. The people of the imperial clan court are not good people. They are not to be trifled with. But this Yi Xuan is also a thorn. He is simply unscrupulous and lawless. At this critical moment, they are still fighting among themselves. The people of the imperial clan court are really too much. Taking advantage of the absence of the clan lord, they want to do whatever they want. Do they want to go back to many years ago when they could do whatever they want and catch whoever they want? The clan lord has already said that this matter with Yi Xuan will end here. They are really bold enough to not even listen to the clan lord's words. Different people naturally had different opinions about the conflict between the two sides. Well done, Yi Xuan. This old man didn't want to be rough, but you forced me to do so. Humph, you disobeyed the law. Even if this old man executes you on the spot, no one will cry out for you. The elder looked at Yi Xuan coldly, and a clan sword appeared in his hand. Suddenly, an invisible coercion was released from the clan sword in an attempt to suppress Yi Xuan, but it couldn't get close to Yi Xuan, and was turned invisible by the golden energy in Yi Xuan's body. Executes me on the spot? Old man, I want to see how you're going to execute me on the spot. Yi Xuan sneered and instantly moved. His body was like a humanoid monster, and directly tore through the vast sky. After stepping into the fourth sky of the celestial realm, Yi Xuan was equivalent to stepping into a whole new realm. Compared to before, it was completely different. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of the clan lord, and his whole body spurted out sword intention, condensing into a big sword in his hand, and like lightning he chopped down. Compared to Yi Kuang's swordsmanship, Yi Xuan's swordsmanship was also average. He didn't have many moves, only speed. The speed of his sword was as fast as lightning. The elder of the imperial clan court could only see a golden, lightning flash in front of him. He didn't have any time to react. At this time, he finally understood that Yi Xuan wasn't a soft persimmon, but a big iron plate. But at this time, it was already too late, and he only had time to block the sword in front of him. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding resounded, and a dreadful energy swept out in a frenzy. Yi Xuan's strength was so great that it could almost be said to be able to uproot a mountain. His aura was matchless, and he was able to pierce through the void with only the strength of his body. This dreadful power completely shook the body of this elder of the imperial clan court. Puff! The clan lord suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out on the spot like a howitzer. Chapter 1559. One sword strike, only one sword strike. This arrogant elder of the imperial clan court couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Yi Xuan. What did it mean to defeat 10 with one strike? This was exactly what it meant to defeat 10 with one strike. After a while, a loud bang was heard. The elder of the imperial clan court crashed directly into a mountain, directly smashing the mountain and causing it to collapse. He screamed incessantly on the spot. His whole body was limp as if the power of Yi Xuan's slash had broken all the bones in his body. It was extremely terrifying. Puff! To everyone's surprise, they saw the elder of the imperial clan court spitting out blood continuously. The blood was mixed with some fragments of internal organs. The power of Yi Shiwen's slash was so terrifying. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded, and then looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. Yi Shiwen was actually so terrifying that was a master of the celestial realm at the 7th level. He could be regarded as a top big shot in the Yi family. But in Yi Shiwen's hands, he couldn't even withstand one move. Hiss! How can he be so terrifying? Wasn't Yi Shiwen only able to defeat experts at the 6th level of the celestial realm? How long has it been, and he has improved again? Even an expert at the 7th level of the celestial realm is not his match. Such a task is really terrifying. Also, look at Yi Qiong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Shukong next to him. They clearly seem to have stepped into the 7th level of the celestial realm. I can't be wrong about their auras. They are definitely at the 7th level of the celestial realm. Oh my God, these people have actually stepped into the 7th level. Hiss! Has a new generation of big shots been born? Youngsters nowadays are getting more and more terrifying. This time, the Imperial Clan Court has kicked an iron plate. Even an expert of the 7th heavenly layer of Heaven Realm wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen. In fact, he defeated him so easily. He's truly a peerless monster. How can this be? Yi Xinghe also looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He could not believe that such a scene would happen. At this time, when he looked at Yi Shiwen again, he did not have the same contempt as before. A guy at the 4th level of the celestial realm was able to send an elder of the Imperial Clan Court flying with a single sword strike. Admittedly, this elder had just been promoted not long ago and was not a powerhouse at the 7th level of the celestial realm. However, he shouldn't have been sent flying so easily by Yi Shiwen's sword strike. The Imperial Clan Court had mobilized a large number of people in order to ensure that they could catch Yi Shiwen this time. It should be known that the matters in the Imperial Clan Court were usually handled by the stewards. Each of these elders, who were above the 7th heavenly layer of Heaven Realm, was also a big shot. They could basically be regarded as the higher-ups of the Yi clan after being promoted to this level. Many of these big shots were in closed-door training all year round. They were working hard in order to break through to the Supreme Realm. Every minute and every second was very precious, so they rarely chose to come out to do things. Not to mention that they had to personally capture this small fry in their eyes. However, the Imperial Clan Court still sent this elder at the 7th level of the Celestial Realm to ensure that they could successfully bring Yi Shiwen back with one strike. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen had suddenly become more abnormal than those rumored geniuses. At this time, he finally understood why Yi Qiong had such a mysterious smile. He didn't understand what it meant before, but now he understood. It was clearly a mockery, mocking him for overestimating his own strength. Yi Qiong was a genius. Yi Qiong was a genius. Yi Qiong didn't understand what it meant before, but now he understood. However, at this time he had no way to retreat, or rather, there was no reason to retreat at all. He did not need to retreat either. He was one of the 5 tyrants of the Yi family, Dongbatian. Good, very good. You have exceeded my expectations. But in front of me, no matter how strong you are, you can't be my opponent. Yi Xinghe said confidently and glanced at Yi Shiwen indifferently. The endless qi on his body seemed to be burning, showing unparalleled power and momentum. 7th level of the celestial realm. This Yi Xinghe has actually entered the 7th level of the celestial realm. Many people suddenly exclaimed. They could not believe that Yi Xinghe had actually entered the 7th level of the celestial realm. This had far surpassed many old antiques, and the aura on his body had clearly surpassed many old antiques. Even many experts at the 7th level of the celestial realm would not be able to withstand a single blow in front of him. So powerful. These experts of the younger generation have made breakthroughs in the past few years. It's really incredible. It seems that the foundation that has been accumulated for hundreds of years is going to completely burst out in these few years. It feels like a golden era. Only such a golden era can give birth to so many peerless geniuses. But a golden era often means that a great calamity is approaching. Hiss, think about it. The demon race actually dared to besiege the imperial court recently. Will it enter the rhythm of a chaotic era again? Oh my God, if that's the case, the people will really be plunged into misery and suffering. That's right, even experts at the celestial realm are not much better than ordinary people in such a chaotic era. They might not even be able to protect themselves. Yi Xinghe walked towards Yi Shiwen step by step. I've been constantly enduring, but I didn't expect you to become arrogant. I hate people who are more arrogant than me the most. At this time, Yi Xinghe finally made his move. A grandmaster's sword appeared in his hand. Unlike the clan elder from the imperial clan court just now, this grandmaster's sword was even more terrifying. Both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. He slashed out with his sword and the sky shook. An overwhelming and terrifying aura filled the air and formed a boundless sword light in the sky. The endless power transformed into the law of swordsmanship and condensed into a terrifying power that covered Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Xinghe's understanding of the sword was not as good as Yi Kuang's, who could directly manifest the law of the sword into a treasured sword to kill any enemy, he was not far behind. The endless law of the sword was covered in the sword light, breaking through everything. Although this sword light slashed down from the sky, it seemed to have locked all the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yi Shiwen to escape. Yi Shiwen stood motionless and let the sword light slash down. Everywhere was filled with scenes of destruction. In front of this sword light, the void had completely collapsed. It seemed as if this sword light could destroy the world. However, there was not the slightest change in his expression. It was still a face that had not changed since time immemorial, calm and tranquil like a mirror. At this time, Yi Shiwen just shouted loudly, and his two big hands directly grabbed out, tearing apart the disaster energy that filled the sky. Endless qi boiled in his hands, and he directly grabbed the sword light on the spot. Boom! His hands collided fiercely with the sword radiance. The divine radiance that burst forth directly caused the entire sky to shake violently. You're courting death. How dare you take my sword aura with your bare hands? Even if your physical body is comparable to a heaven-level weapon, you will still die tragically under my sword aura. Yi Xinghe sneered when he saw this scene, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could not wait to kill this guy who had been trying to provoke his dignity. At this time, he even thought of an excuse to kill Yi Shiwen. He would say that Yi Shiwen resisted law enforcement. When he killed Yi Shiwen, who would speak up for a dead man? Even if the law enforcement hall pursued the matter, Yi Shiwen would at most be confined for a period of time with the protection of the imperial clan court. It would not affect anything at all. Every force in the Yi clan valued and protected their own geniuses very much. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed after he had wreaked havoc in the imperial clan court. In fact, he hadn't even been grounded. It was true that Yi Shiwen was in the right. However, the law enforcement hall behind him had also played a crucial role. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He saw a snow-white hand directly penetrating his sword light and grabbing it on the spot, tearing the terrifying sword light down from the middle. Impossible! What kind of physical body is this? How can it resist my sword technique? Why do I feel a terrifying aura? Yi Xinghe was shocked to see his sword light being crushed into powder by Yi Shiwen's big hand. He retreated repeatedly, and the endless sword light he had constructed collapsed on the spot. Die. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of Yi Xinghe after grabbing and extinguishing the sword aura that filled the sky. He struck out with his palm, which instantly penetrated the sky and the river of history. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was like an invincible god of war. He was extremely terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death by Yi Shiwen's aura alone. However, Yi Xinghe was an extraordinary figure. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura suddenly rose crazily, as if he had obtained a bonus in an instant. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have the capital to be arrogant. But in front of me, these are all fleeting clouds. I'm the number one person in the younger generation of the Yi family, and I will become the future patriarch. How can I lose in front of a warrior at the 4th level of the celestial realm? Yi Xinghe said coldly. The aura on his body swept out in circles, emitting a burst of milky white halo. The number one person in the younger generation of the Yi family? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Compared to Yi Kuang, you're far inferior. Even compared to senior brother Yi Qiong, you're nothing. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. A disdainful smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Indeed, compared to the talented and ruthless Yi Kuang, Yi Xinghe was more or less petty. Chapter 1560. Yi Kuang was Yi Shiwen's enemy, but he had to admit that Yi Kuang was much stronger than Yi Xinghe. Yi Kuang was ambitious. Moreover, he was very far-sighted. In fact, Yi Shiwen also believed that it might not be a bad idea to let Yi Kuang lead the Yi clan if it wasn't for the irreconcilable enmity between him and the demon-suppressing city. What? Yi Xinghe said, coldly. His tone instantly turned cold. He was a proud person, and he hated being inferior to others the most. Over the years, he had been ranked as one of the 5 hegemons. Even if he was not stronger than the other 4, he was not necessarily weaker, even if he was the youngest. However, this time, he suffered a huge loss in the royal court contest. In the end, he did not enter the top 100. On the other hand, the Yi clan could be said to have set one of the best records in countless years. Yi Kuang and Yi Shiwen each took the top spot in a world. Yi Qiong, brother Yi, Yi Qianqian, Yilwan, and the others also had decent rankings. In other words, among the 5 hegemons of the Yi clan, only he and Shi Batian had been eliminated. How could the proud and arrogant Yi Kuang accept this? This was the fundamental reason why he came to capture Yi Shiwen personally. He could not bear the fact that Yi Shiwen, the so-called remnant of the demon clan, could actually surpass him. Why? Now, Yi Shiwen actually told him that he was far inferior to Yi Kuang. He was instantly enraged, extremely enraged. Boom! He slashed his sword towards Yi Shiwen, who was rushing over to kill him. Circles of sword light swept out. Under the pressure of this terrifying sword pressure, the void shattered inch by inch. The sword light and Yi Shiwen's fist collided fiercely. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the center of the battle. The power that the space could not bear was all distorted, absorbed, and poured into the chaos. In the midst of the primal chaos, this power was nothing at all. The auras of the 2 sides strangled each other, and the terrifying power rippled on their bodies, causing their clothes to flutter. Neither side backed down, just like gods and demons. Yi Shiwen, you should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to this extent. There has never been a warrior at the 4th level of the celestial realm who could make me do this. Yi Xinghe's voice became colder and colder. Whoosh! 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 The Zong sword in his hand began to boil, and endless sword light began to boil, forming a huge storm around him. A huge force swept out from the Zong sword and filled Yi Xinghe's body. His aura seemed to have risen to another level and was extremely terrifying. Waves of power were projected, causing Yi Xinghe's figure to stand taller. At this moment, he seemed to be the only overlord in this universe. At this moment, everyone who had the blood of the Yi clan in their veins felt a terrifying pressure. It was a pressure that came from the boiling of their blood. This Zong sword is definitely not an ordinary Zong sword. Otherwise, how could we be suppressed to this extent with our celestial realm cultivation base? Generally speaking, as one's cultivation base slowly increased, the influence of the bloodline would become smaller under normal circumstances unless there were some pure-blooded races. This was because they would begin to undergo a rebirth. The stronger the cultivation base, the smaller the influence of the Zong sword on them. On the contrary, if one's cultivation base was very low, they could even kill someone with the blood of the Yi clan with a Zong sword. It could be said that they would not be able to fight back at all. Many big shots in the imperial clan court had Zong swords, but it was obvious that the Zong sword that Yi Xinghe had was extraordinary. It was not an ordinary Zong sword. His power was getting stronger and stronger, and he immediately slashed at Yi Shiwen with the sword, intending to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces. Yi Shiwen, be careful. This Zong sword is not ordinary. It's the sword of the patriarch of the imperial clan court, and it's the most respected Zong sword. At this moment, Yi Qiong, who was not far away, hurriedly shouted and reminded him. It turns out to be the patriarch's sword. No wonder. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. The patriarch was the highest leader of the imperial clan court. His status was comparable to Yi Jintian's, and he was also one of the most powerful experts in the Yi clan. The sword beside him was naturally not bad. You only reacted now. I think it's a little too late. At this moment, Yi Xinghe sneered and said, and the sword light instantly tore down. The sword light blotted out the sky, and the rippling power made it seem like the heart-severing sutra. What do you mean it's too late? It's not late at all. Yi Shiwen sneered and finally moved. He grabbed with his big hand, and in an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart. He directly grabbed the sword light on the spot. Boom! It was another terrifying collision. The sword light constantly splashed on Yi Shiwen's big hand, and the divinity in Yi Shiwen's big hand was also evaporated in waves. It's useless. No one can escape from my sword. Yi Xinghe sneered and looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Yi Shiwen had completely infuriated him just now. The sword light finally cut Yi Shiwen's hand, and it actually cut a red mark on his skin that was as tough as gold and stone. Moreover, it continued to deepen, as if it was going to completely cut off his palm. At this moment, countless pores in Yi Shiwen's body were spewing out qi from his body. It swept out bit by bit and condensed into a finger in the void. Sky imprisonment technique, stay! Yi Shiwen's voice was loud and clear. The huge finger pointed out in the air and the void shattered. Endless sword light was blasted apart wherever it passed. In Yi Xinghe's eyes, the finger turned into a huge cage in the air and instantly shrouded Yi Xinghe. What kind of finger technique is this? Why is it so powerful? Yi Xinghe was taken aback, but there was no time for him to react at this time. Yi Shiwen's physical body was extremely tyrannical, and he dared to rely on the strength of his physical body to look down on Yi Xinghe. He dared to forcefully fight with him, but Yi Xinghe couldn't do that. Whoosh! Yi Xinghe stomped his feet, and his body instantly moved hundreds of meters away. He barely avoided the huge finger in the sky, and the terrifying pressure was irresistible. Yi Xinghe instinctively sensed the horror of the sky imprisonment technique. It could even imprison the sky with one finger. At this moment, his vision suddenly blurred. Yi Shiwen, who was swept by his sword light and couldn't move forward, had already rushed in front of him. There was also a golden long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand that was condensed from divinity. The sword light cut through the sky, and it slashed at Yi Xinghe's neck as if it was going to cut off his neck. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared, and a destructive power erupted from his body. The Zong sword in his hand also soared into the sky and slashed at Yi Shiwen in an instant. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen completely. Clang! The two long swords collided fiercely, and the sword light collided with the sword light. Endless sword aura splashed out and swept into a storm. The terrifying sword aura tore the void and directly rushed into the chaos. Break for me! Yi Xuan roared again. He directly pinched a seal with one hand, and it turned into a mountain that fell toward Yi Xinghe. Rippling mountain seal, break for me! At this moment, the rippling mountain seal fell on Yi Xinghe's body. Boom! Yi Xinghe was immediately caught off guard, and he staggered on the spot, falling several places in the sky. How powerful! How can he be so strong? Am I seeing things? The one who has the upper hand now is actually Yi Xuan? How is this possible? Yi Xinghe has never fallen since he was named as one of the 5 hegemons. In terms of strength, it goes without saying. How can he still not be Yi Xuan's opponent? Now, the younger generation has stepped into the 7th level of the heaven realm one after another. This Yi Xuan is even more abnormal. I remember that when he first came, he had just stepped into the law manifestation realm not long ago. Now he is already so powerful. From now on, it will be terrible. He has only been in our Yi clan for a mere dozen years. I don't know if such a peerless genius will be a blessing or a curse for our Yi clan. Boom! The entire sky trembled wildly, and terrifying fluctuations soared into the sky. Moreover, the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The movement was even greater than before, and it directly caused many old antiques who were in seclusion in the depths of the Yi clan to react. They wanted to probe with their spirit to find out what was happening. The endless storm stirred up smoke and dust in the sky, making it difficult for people to see clearly. When everyone could see clearly, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Yi Xinghe, who originally thought that he had the upper hand, looked at Yi Xuan with a face full of horror. Yi Xuan's hand directly penetrated the void and grabbed Yi Xinghe's neck. His big hand was like an iron hoop that tightly wrapped around Yi Xinghe's body. Ah! Yi Xinghe screamed. His face was flushed, and his neck was almost broken by Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan was as terrifying as a demon. He grabbed Yi Xinghe's neck as if he was carrying a little chick. The power of the seal word constantly seeped out, suppressing all of Yi Xinghe's resistance. Therefore, even if Yi Xinghe wanted to resist, it was useless. There was no way to shake Yi Xuan at all. He could only be grabbed like a dead dog. How is this possible? Everyone seemed to be dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Who was Yi Xinghe? How could he be so easily grabbed by Yi Xuan? Chapter 1561. However, the facts in front of them forced them to believe that it was indeed the case. Yi Xinghe was held in Yi Xuan's hand like a little chick, while Yi Xuan was holding the sect sword in his other hand. The sect sword was still struggling in his hand, bursting with endless buzzing sounds, trying to break free from Yi Xuan's hand. However, Yi Xuan quickly suppressed it. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Someone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief and stuttered. One could imagine how shocked they were. Yi Xuan held Yi Xinghe in one hand and the sect sword in the other. He said indifferently, I'm taking Yi Xinghe away. If the people of the Imperial Clan Palace want to take him back, come to the law enforcement hall. This matter will not end without a reasonable explanation. Yi Xuan sneered and then disappeared into the sky with Yi Qiong, Yi Qianqian, and Yi Shukong. No way. Yi Xinghe was taken away by Yi Xuan? Could it be that I'm seeing things? Oh my God! Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Not only did Yi Xuan defeat Yi Xinghe, but he also took Yi Xinghe away. The Imperial Clan Palace is definitely humiliated. They asked for it. They provoked Yi Xuan every 2 or 3 days, but they can't figure out Yi Xuan's strength. If the sect elder personally takes action, where can Yi Xuan escape to? The sect elder personally takes action? How is that possible? Who does Yi Xuan think he is? Only the law enforcement hall master, Yi Jintian, can get the sect elder to take action. Everyone suddenly burst into an uproar. This could be considered as piercing through the sky. In everyone's opinion, Yi Xuan was in big trouble. He was in big trouble. The news of Yi Shiwen defeating Yi Xinghe and bringing him back to the law enforcement hall quickly spread throughout the Yi family. At first, many people refused to believe it. After all, this matter was unreliable no matter how they looked at it. Yi Shiwen was only a rising star of the younger generation, while Yi Xinghe was one of the 5 tyrants of the Yi clan who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the powerhouses of the older generation. His status could even be said to be second only to Yi Jintian, Yi Qian, and other big shots of the Yi clan. But now Yi Shiwen actually carried him back to the law enforcement hall like an eagle catching a chick. Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything along the way. So many people saw this scene and accelerated the speed of this matter. Yi Shiwen had just returned to the law enforcement hall, but this news had already spread throughout the entire Yi clan. What? The remnants of the demon clan actually captured Yi Xinghe. Damn it! Ask Yi Jintian to hand over the man, bastard! Soon, the roars of the big shots of the imperial clan palace could be heard. Yi Shiwen had challenged the authority of the imperial clan palace several times. For them, it was simply intolerable. Of course, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with sending people to intercept Yi Shiwen. In fact, it was even because they thought highly of Yi Shiwen's performance. How could an ordinary person deserve to be personally dispatched by the imperial clan palace? Compared to the riot on the side of the imperial clan palace, the law enforcement hall this time was also more agitated. It had already happened once last time when the imperial clan palace wanted to capture Yi Shiwen for no reason. In the end, after the clan master mediated, both sides were barely able to calm down. However, the grievances between both sides were not resolved. However, they had attacked Yi Shiwen again this time. Yi Jintian was especially furious. Do they think that our law enforcement hall is a pushover that anyone can bully? The law enforcement hall's response was very simple when faced with the anger of the imperial clan court. They had requested them to hand over Yi Shiwen. They had personally come to apologize and give a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take Yi Shiwen away. The 2 behemoth-like organizations directly confronted each other on the spot. For the imperial clan palace, no one had ever dared to provoke their majesty like this. Their most outstanding disciple was actually captured like a dead dog. For the law enforcement hall, they couldn't accept the fact that the imperial clan palace had repeatedly grabbed Yi Shiwen, their most outstanding disciple at present, with their claws. Both sides refused to give in, and a serious conflict might even break out. However, this was a collision between the 2 major forces. For the majority of the Yi clan, these were not issues that they needed to care about. For them, this time, Yi Shiwen had truly amazed everyone. If Yi Shiwen was only considered to have risen in fame previously, then this time he had amazed everyone and directly became a top figure in the hearts of countless people. This was the so-called laughing while standing on Yi Xinghe's corpse. Perhaps many people were still confused about who Yi Shiwen was. However, when it came to Yi Xinghe, almost everyone knew about him. Yet, such a figure was defeated by Yi Shiwen. This was enough to make Yi Shiwen famous overnight in the entire Yi clan. For a time, all kinds of discussions came one after another. What, did I hear it wrong? Yi Xinghe was defeated by Yi Shiwen? Not only was he defeated by Yi Shiwen, but he was beaten like a dead dog. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all, and it is said that Yi Xinghe has entered the 7th level of the celestial realm, but he is still not Yi Shiwen's opponent. How tyrannical is Yi Shiwen? Oh my God, how can there be such a tyrannical person? And it is said that Yi Qianqian and Yi Shukong have also entered the 7th level of the celestial realm. They can be compared to the original 5 hegemons. It seems that the ranking of our Yi clan's 5 hegemons, which has not been shaken for many years, is going to be rearranged. Many people began to get excited. Originally, the 5 hegemons of the Yi clan did not have much to do with them. This ranking had been set many years ago and basically had no direct relationship with them. For ordinary people, the 5 tyrants was an existence that they could only look up to. They were like mythical existences. But now, someone had challenged this ranking and shaken it. For them, this was tantamount to being injected with chicken blood. It was as if they were the ones who had this opportunity because no matter what, Yi Shiwen, Yi Qianshan, and the others were also challengers. And most importantly, Yi Shiwen had succeeded. Yi Xinghe of the East Tyrant Heavens, who was also one of the 5 hegemons, was like a paper tiger in Yi Shiwen's hands. He was easily defeated. This gave them hope. It turned out that the 5 hegemons were not existences that could not be challenged. They were also humans and they would fail. They were not gods. Moreover, in the eyes of many, it was still unknown how Yi Qianshan and Yi Shukong would fare. At the very least, Yi Shiwen had shown enough tyrannical strength. Some people had already recognized him as the new East Tyrant Heavens. In this regard, the imperial clan court was very angry. However, there was no way to control the public's mouth. Everyone understood that it was better to prevent the public's mouth than the river. Moreover, it was a fact that Yi Xinghe had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Many people had witnessed it with their own eyes. So, it was impossible to deny it. Yi Xinghe's reputation suddenly plummeted, and he suddenly fell out of the 5 hegemons. Although he was still recognized as one of the 5 strongest people among the younger generation, he was no longer comparable to the 5 hegemons. There were many top experts in the Yi clan, but there were only 5 people in the 5 hegemons. This would never change, unless they lost to other experts who were also part of the 5 hegemons. Once they lost to an expert who was not part of the 5 hegemons, their position would immediately be pulled down. The mysterious altar that had been veiled for many years was meaningless in front of everyone. After being defeated by Yi Shiwen, Yi Xinghe was no longer the glorious East Tyrant Heavens. Unless there was a way to defeat Yi Shiwen again, it would be impossible for him to regain the position of East Tyrant Heavens. However, in this regard, everyone was generally not optimistic about Yi Xinghe. He was not defeated by Yi Shiwen by a single move, but he was easily defeated by Yi Shiwen. This was enough to show that there was a huge gap between the strength of both sides. It would not be easy for Yi Xinghe to defeat Yi Shiwen again. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. At the same time, the strength of the 5 hegemons had also become a topic of discussion. Among the 5 hegemons, Yi Kuang was the strongest, and he was far ahead of the other 4. This was also recognized by everyone. In the eyes of others, except for Yi Kuang, the cultivation of the other 4 hegemons should be almost the same. Therefore, from the fact that Yi Shiwen easily defeated Yi Xinghe, he should also be able to easily defeat the other 3 hegemons. Then, the only suspense was whether Yi Shiwen could defeat Zhong Batian and become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Yi clan. In this regard, it could be said that both sides had their own arguments, and no one could convince the other. Both sides had a large number of supporters. However, the result of this debate could only be that there was no conclusion. Yi Kuang's tyrannical strength had long been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. However, Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength was not fake either. Defeating Yi Xinghe with ease was a clear proof. Yi Shiwen's name had shaken the world with this battle alone. In the hearts of everyone, he was strong enough to compete with Yi Kuang. However, no matter how they guessed, it was just a guess. In everyone's opinion, Yi Shiwen and Yi Kuang had not fought face to face. All the wins and losses were just their own guesses. This also added another veil to the already mysterious strength of the two. However, only Yi Shiwen, Yi Kuang, Yi Qiong, Yi Qianshan, and Yi Shukong knew that they had not fought before. Yi Shiwen and Yi Kuang had a decisive battle before, and the result of that battle was Yi Shiwen's defeat. In fact, if Yi Qiong had not helped him, he might have been killed on the spot by Yi Kuang. However, regarding this result, the 4 of them surprisingly remained silent. For Yi Shiwen and the others, this was a defeat that was not worth publicizing, but for Yi Kuang, not only had he failed to scheme against them, but he had also suffered a great loss. This was enough of a disgrace, so naturally he would not take the initiative to mention it. Chapter 1562. Under the silence of these people, the debate between Yi Shiwen and Yi Kuang was endless. However, there was no way to come to a conclusion as to who was stronger. However, Yi Shiwen's reputation had also risen along with these discussions. Suddenly, everyone in the Yi family knew about Yi Shiwen's reputation. Even many old guys who had been in closed-door training for many years knew about Yi Shiwen because of the discussions in the Yi family. They knew that there was such a character in the younger generation. He had unexpectedly defeated the previous 5 hegemons. Many old fellows were exceptionally shocked. To them, this was simply impossible. In the past, there were people who managed to pull down the 5 hegemons. However, those people were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. This was because the 5 hegemons had been decided long ago. Moreover, they were the most outstanding geniuses in the Yi family. In addition to the various resources of the family's higher-ups, it allowed them to leave everyone behind in a very short period of time. Then, they would slowly take the lead. For example, the current batch of top experts in the Yi family were mostly from the 5 hegemons. In this kind of situation, it was simply impossible for the latecomers to counterattack and drag the original 5 hegemons down with them. The people who could do this were all major characters who could shake the heavens and the earth. Their future accomplishments were simply limitless. Moreover, it could be said that such a person was already very difficult to kill. Currently, Yi Xinghe was at the 7th level of the celestial realm. In the end, he was also defeated by Yi Shiwen. In other words, he at least possessed the combat strength of the 7th level of the celestial realm. Such a person was a giant in the Yi family. In the ancient Barons continent, he was also an influential figure. Who would dare to say that they could definitely kill him, unless it was a celestial realm expert? However, the possibility of an expert of that level taking action was too low. Moreover, Yi Jintian was not someone to be trifled with. Therefore, in the eyes of many, Yi Shiwen's rise was already something that could not be avoided. It could even be said that it was unstoppable. If it were an ordinary person, the 7th level of the celestial realm could even be said to have grown to the peak. At that time, even those geniuses could not say that the 7th level of the celestial realm had not grown. They just had not grown to the peak. In their eyes, this was another unparalleled expert that was about to rise up. Based on this pace, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to reach the end of Heaven Realm. If the 6th and 7th celestial stage of Heaven Realm were a threshold, then the 9th celestial stage of Heaven Realm and the end celestial stage of Heaven Realm were also a huge threshold. Experts above the 7th celestial stage of Heaven Realm were all big shots in the ancient Barons continent. However, the ones who truly determined the life and death of the ancient Barons were a small group of people at the peak of the Heaven Realm, the end celestial stage. Only by growing to the end of Heaven Realm would one be able to truly control the ancient desolate era. Any end of Heaven Realm expert was an extremely vicious person, and they could travel freely in an army. Yi Shiwen's fame became even more resounding as these old guys joined the ranks of paying attention to him. Many people who didn't know Yi Shiwen's name before also knew him at this time. But no matter what, Yi Shiwen had already secured the title of East Tyrant. In just less than a month, Yi Shiwen had become the new East Tyrant under the public's gossip. As for the original Yi Xinghe, he was still locked up in the Law Enforcement Hall's prison. The feud between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Imperial Clan Palace had been going on for a long time. On this issue, both sides were even more stubborn, and no one was willing to give in. The Imperial Clan Palace was clamoring to sue the Clan Master, while the Law Enforcement Hall was even more certain that they could sue the Clan Master if they had the ability. Yi Xinghe was detained by them, which made the Imperial Clan Palace gnash their teeth in anger. However, they had no choice. Yi Xinghe was now in the hands of the Law Enforcement Hall, and there was no way they could do anything about it. However, how could they be willing to bow down so easily? Previously, they wanted to capture Yi Shiwen without authorization. But in the end, they could only let the clan master not help them. Although that incident made the Imperial Clan Palace lose face, the Imperial Clan Palace was in the wrong, and they had never bowed down, let alone now. The Law Enforcement Hall was also unwilling to give in. If the Imperial Clan Palace couldn't give a satisfactory answer this time, they would let Yi Xinghe sit in the Law Enforcement Hall's prison for the rest of his life. Many big shots in the Law Enforcement Hall were clamoring to fight a war. They wanted to vent their anger that had been suppressed over the years. Who was afraid of who? In short, they couldn't be kind. Yi Shiwen, who caused such a storm, hid in seclusion as if nothing had happened. In the past 6 months, he hid and digested the remaining half of the Qilin meat. This Qilin was really worthy of being an ancient, auspicious beast. It was extremely powerful, and coupled with the cooking of many precious medicinal herbs, the medicinal effect could be said to be amazing. In just a short period of about half a year, Yi Shiwen had completely consolidated his realm, and his strength had risen a lot, directly reaching the level of the peak of the 4th level of the celestial realm. He was only a step away from reaching the peak of the 4th level of the celestial realm. At that time, he could officially begin to break through to the 5th level of the celestial realm. When he stepped into the 5th level of the celestial realm, he could really compete with the masters of the 8th level of the celestial realm. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he encountered Yi Kuang. He could even fight Yi Kuang. The last battle with Yi Kuang made him realize the gap between him and Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang was already at the peak of the 7th level of the celestial realm, and he had just stepped into the 4th level of the celestial realm. At that time, he was indeed not Yi Kuang's opponent. But now, if he encountered Yi Kuang again, and his strength had not increased, Yi Shiwen was confident that he could fight evenly with him, and he would not be in such a difficult situation like before. But he understood that this was not enough, far from enough. Just being able to fight evenly with Yi Kuang was still not enough. In order to ensure his safety, he must reach a level where he could defeat Yi Kuang. This was very difficult. After all, Yi Kuang was also a peerless genius, and he had so many resources. His cultivation progress was also frighteningly fast. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible for him to suppress Yi Kuang. If he relied on normal circumstances, after more than 2 years, he would be able to step into the peak of the 4th level of the celestial realm. At that time, Yi Kuang would probably have already stepped into the 8th level of the celestial realm, and he would still not be Yi Shiwen's opponent. Therefore, he could only find another way, especially the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram that he had previously obtained, which gave him a great hope. If he could restore the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, then even if Yi Kuang stepped into the 8th sky of celestial realm, he would still be suppressed by him. This was a divine tool that had already surpassed the heaven level. Now, among the 5 elements of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, except for the earth element, which was still intact, the other elements were completely missing, and to refine and restore them was not an easy task. The 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was a powerful existence that surpassed the level of a heavenly level tool. Therefore, the materials needed to refine it were also extraordinary. Among them, the water element needed to be refined in the northernmost part of the northern underworld. However, the northern underworld was located in the northernmost part of the wilderness, which was the territory of the demon race, not the territory of the human race. Moreover, even in the demon race, the northern underworld was still the northernmost region. If one wanted to reach the northern underworld, he would have to cross the entire demon territory and face countless dangers in order to reach the northern underworld. And this was just the beginning. There were countless powerful, ominous beasts living in the northern underworld. Even the demon race powerhouses had no way to deal with these powerful, ominous beasts. Not to mention, there were many terrible demon beasts that had existed since the mythological era, such as the legendary Kuin-Peng, which was a powerful existence that fed on flood dragons. Kuin-Peng lived in the northern underworld, and the northern underworld frigid water was in the depths of the northern underworld. There was a northern underworld frigid water pool, a pool in the northern underworld sea. It was a miracle. Compared to other waters, the northern underworld frigid water was absolutely different. It could even be said to be incompatible. Even its density and temperature were different. That was why it could form a pool. These were mentioned in the manuscripts left behind by the 5 elements supreme. In order to refine the part of the water element, the 5 elements supreme could be said to have gone through fire and water. There were several twists and turns, and the biggest reason was that there was a terrifying, ominous beast, Kuan Pung. The nest of the Kuan Pung was in the northern underworld cold water pool. It was naturally difficult to snatch food from the mouth of this monster. However, this was also the only way. Compared with the other elements, the water element was the only one that Yi Shiwen had a chance to complete. For example, in order to complete the fire element, one had to obtain the Nanmingli fire. However, everyone knew that the Nanmingli fire was born with the phoenix. Now, no one knew where the phoenix had gone. Where could one find the Nanmingli fire? This itself was an unrealistic thing, so Yi Shiwen could only target the northern underworld cold water. Fortunately, the manuscripts also mentioned that the Kuan Pung would leave the northern underworld cold water pool every once in a while, and then fly to the demon territory to kill and hunt. Until it was full, it would return to its nest in the northern underworld cold water pool. This was his chance and his only chance. If he could obtain the northern underworld cold water and complete the water element, then the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram would instantly rise to the peak of the heaven level, which was equivalent to an existence like the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron. It was very important to Yi Shiwen. It just so happened that his cultivation could not ascend again in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen immediately decided to go to the demon territory, northern underworld, and obtain the northern underworld cold water. As for the confrontation between the law enforcement hall and the imperial clan court, because of him, he could not care about it at this time. There was only a little more than 2 years left before the battle for the top 100. There was not much time left. Chapter 1563. Time was the most precious thing for Yi Shiwen. Since he could not use conventional methods to improve his cultivation to the 5th level of celestial being realm in a short period of time, then he would use other means. If he could completely refine the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, then even if his cultivation didn't make the slightest bit of progress, his fighting strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Thinking of this, he immediately left for the demon territory without any hesitation. What? You want to go to the demon territory? You have to think about it carefully. The demon territory is not like our human kingdom. There are demons everywhere. Compared to the devil race, the demon race is not much better. They are equally ferocious. Once they know your identity, you may be hunted down by the demon race. When Yi Jintian knew that Yi Shiwen wanted to go to demon territory, he could not help but be a little shocked. He was shocked by Yi Shiwen's boldness. Demon territory was still a mysterious country for the human clan. The reason why Yao Zhao was prominent among the human clan was largely because Yao Zhao dared to walk among the human clan with the identity of a demon clan. Moreover, he made such a name for himself and did not seem to be afraid of being besieged. Like Jia Gu Zhenghao in the past, although he once chased into demon territory for thousands of miles, it was because he was only in the law manifestation realm at that time. He did not attract the attention of the demon clan's higher-ups at all, who would care about his existence, which gave him the ability to kill in one blow. But even so, it was a narrow escape for Jia Gu Zhenghao. He almost died several times. After this incident, it became one of Jia Gu Zhenghao's great achievements. He must mention this matter every time. It was also one of the thickest reasons why he could face Yi Qianqian. From these things, it was not difficult to see how dangerous demon territory was. Even the demon clan hated the other 3 clans very much, because in a long time ago, the demon clan used to be the rulers of the ancient barons. One of the current overlords, the human clan, was just food for the demon clan. Now they were on equal footing and even occupied the most fertile land. They were even more tyrannical than the demon clan. It was conceivable what kind of attitude they had towards the human clan. Yes, but I have my own way. I should be able to enter the demon land safely. For me, this is also a kind of experience. Only in this kind of dangerous situation can my strength possibly improve rapidly. Master, you also know that there are only 2 years left before the top 100 competition. The time is still too tight for me. Yi Shiwen said, Yes, that's true. But you have to understand that in the current situation, I'm afraid that it's not an exaggeration to say that chaos is coming. Relatively speaking, the competition for the top 100 rankings is actually insignificant. It's even possible that it will be cancelled in the end. Yi Jintian said, It is precisely because of the arrival of chaos that I need to work harder to practice. In this chaotic world, only the strong can protect themselves. Whether it is for the sake of competing for the top 100 rankings or to protect myself in this chaotic world, I have no other choice. Yi Shiwen said, If that's the case, I won't try to persuade you anymore. I will order the law enforcement hall to open the data room for you. You can check the information about the Demon Earth before you go there. Although a lot of the information is from a long time ago and may not be accurate, it's better than nothing. Yi Jintian said, As for the Imperial Clan Court, you don't have to worry about it. I will help you deal with this matter. If they don't spit out a fat piece of meat for you, I won't let them go. The Law Enforcement Hall was in charge of the Yi clan's laws. Although the details of the information in the data room weren't as detailed as that of the Dark Hall, it was still very good. There were also a lot of information and handwritten notes left behind by the ancestors of the Yi clan. There were also many records about the demon soil. This was the most mysterious place for human beings. Many ancestors of the Yi clan had explored this place and left behind a lot of information. Although a lot of information might have been left behind tens of thousands of years ago, it was still better than nothing. So Yi Shiwen didn't refuse. He stayed in the data room for 3 days and 3 nights. He browsed through all kinds of information about the demon race and demon territory. After memorizing it, he set off for the northern demon territory. After Yi Shiwen left the Yi clan, he realized that the war situation had changed a lot from a month ago. A month ago, the main force of the demon race was still besieging the imperial court and had yet to affect the ancient barons continent. But now, the demon race had spread the flames of war to the ancient barons continent. Many hidden spies of the demon race were suddenly resurrected. In addition to the cooperation between the demon-worshipping religion and some powerful experts of the demon race, the entire ancient barons continent was in a state of war, and this was precisely shaking the foundation of the human race. Most of these mortals didn't have any cultivation, and they lived ordinary lives. In the eyes of many powerful warriors, these mortals were no different from ants. However, these mortals formed the foundation of the human race. Without these mortals, no matter how powerful those powerful experts were, they would be like rootless duckweed. In the ancient barons continent, many of the experts of the human race came from famous clans like the Yi clan. However, most of them came from these ant-like mortals. It was this huge number of mortals that provided an endless supply of geniuses for the human race. Only when these mortals prospered could the human race be considered to be prosperous. Many people understood this logic, including the demon race. They knew that their strength couldn't besiege the imperial court and the forces of the other marquises at the same time. However, it was more than enough to ignite the flames of war among the mortals. In an instant, the entire ancient barons continent was filled with the flames of war. Facing such a situation, the 4 royal clans, the 28 marquis clans, and the experts from the various sects sent out their strongest experts to kill the demon race that had infiltrated the continent. Battles could be seen everywhere. The flames of war were burning everywhere. There were traces of desolation everywhere. The battles between the experts of the Devil Clan and the Human Clan could be seen at any time. Many places that had been infiltrated by the Devil Clan were no longer as prosperous as before. They looked very desolate. If Yi Shiwen didn't have to hide from the Imperial Clan court, he would have already set out to kill these remnants of the demon race that were running around the continent. He went all the way to the north, and whenever he found any devil race mischief, he mercilessly beheaded all of them. How powerful was his strength! Even the experts of the seventh heavenly layer of celestial being realm were not his match, let alone these devils or the martial artists of Baimajiao who acted as accomplices to the tiger. The real experts were still besieging the imperial court and couldn't spare any manpower. Right now, they were only here to ignite the flames of war and disrupt the human race's position. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was basically invincible. Wherever he went, the demon race was slaughtered by him. They weren't his opponent at all. However, this was useless because his strength alone was too weak. Facing the power of the demon race that had been operating for countless years, he couldn't stop the flames of war from spreading more and more intensely, even though he had tried his best to kill. Cities, villages, and towns that had been breached could be seen everywhere. The survivors of the human race were crying as if they were complaining about the unfairness of the heavens. In the face of such natural and man-made disasters, mortals didn't have the slightest strength to protect themselves. Even though many forces had sent many disciples to kill those devils, tragedies were still unavoidable and unavoidable. Yi Shiwen didn't speed up because of this. He killed the demon race along the way and headed to the demon race's territory. In this way, after killing for half a year, he finally arrived at the border between the demon race's territory and the human race's territory. In this half a year, Yi Shiwen had almost forgotten everything else. There was only killing, killing, and killing. He was not in a hurry to go to the demon territory. Compared to this matter, these people needed his help more. In the past 6 months, he didn't know how many devils he had killed or how many henchmen of Baimajiao had helped him in his evil deeds. Just the large-scale strongholds of Baimajiao had already been destroyed by him. Due to the defeat of the demon race, demon-worshipping religion had always been low-key in the ancient Barrens continent. They were even more secretive about their strongholds. But now, as both sides fell into the flames of war again, in order to cooperate with the demon race's offensive, they couldn't wait anymore. Their strongholds had also been discovered. Yi Shiwen followed these traces and went all the way to one stronghold after another. Every time he found a stronghold, he would behead all the experts of Baimajiao and Devil Race, leaving no one alive. These people were not worthy of sympathy, and letting them go would be a crime against others. In this half a year, Yi Shiwen had also completely consolidated his cultivation of the 4th heavenly level of celestial realm. It could even be said that he had climbed to the peak of the 4th heavenly level of celestial realm. Originally, Yi Shiwen thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 years to climb to the peak of the 4th heavenly level of celestial realm. But now, with his non-stop killing in this half a year, he could be considered to have stepped into the peak of the 4th heavenly level of celestial realm ahead of time. Compared to half a year ago, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was as if he had been reborn and received a baptism. Especially his soul was even more so. Watching his fellow humans die tragically, from the initial anger to the later silence, he became more and more ruthless when slaughtering the demon race. Half a year ago, he was still not Yi Kwang's opponent. But now, if Yi Kwang were to find trouble with him, he would probably be killed on the spot. Chapter 1564. Of course, this was under the premise that Yi Kwang's strength had not improved in this half a year. If Yi Kwang had stepped into the 8th sky of Sky Realm, then it would still be a headache for Yi Shiwen. But this also represented a good thing, as he would be able to catch up with Yi Kwang's strength. Yi Shiwen looked at the miasma in the sky. It formed a natural barrier, separating the human kingdom and the demon territory into 2 completely different worlds. As far as the eye could see, this line was endless, disappearing into the horizon. Unlike the central region of the ancient Barrens continent, which was suitable for human survival, The demon territory was no different from a barren land or even a place where it was impossible to survive. Among them, the miasma was the biggest difficulty. In the demon territory, it was filled with miasma all year round. Ordinary people could not survive in it at all. Back then, the demon race was pulled down from the throne. After that, the human race and the allied forces of various races only chased them to the outside of the demon territory. They did not go deep into it because the environment in the demon territory was not suitable for weak creatures like humans to survive. For the warriors who had cultivated well, the miasma was nothing. However, for ordinary people, the miasma was enough to kill them. Therefore, the human race did not continue to chase the demon race into the demon territory. First, the rabbit would still want the human race, and when the dog was anxious, it would jump over the wall. At that time, it might cause fatal damage to the human race. Secondly, even if they seized this place, ordinary people would not be able to survive. There was not much strategic value. Of course, for many powerful warriors, the demon earth was also a treasure land. Because there were many barren hills and unruly rivers, it also nurtured many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were many places with thick miasma that even the demon race could not enter and survive in. Therefore, the environment was still the same as it was countless years ago, and there were even many good treasures. Therefore, in the demon territory, many powerhouses would try to sneak in and obtain these treasures every day. Because of this, the demon race was very sensitive to the powerhouses of other races, especially the human race, which was the thorn in the eyes of the demon race. The treasures in the demon territory were undoubtedly the meat in the mouth of the demon race. If the powerhouses of other races wanted a share, it would be like pulling the teeth out of the tiger's mouth. It was simply unforgivable. Moreover, the experts of the various races could conceal their auras, but there was no way to change them. Therefore, the most they could do was to sneak in and see if they could obtain anything. There was no way for them to face these demons head-on. However, Yi Shiwen was not worried because he had already cultivated the restraining breath technique to a very high level. Even if he were to disguise himself as a devil, it would not be a problem, not to mention the demon race who also absorbed Lingqi to practice. He immediately rushed into the miasma. His appearance didn't change much. He only changed the aura on his body, and that was enough. This was because many members of the demonic race could also transform into human form. This was not strange. The truly accurate way to distinguish them was through their auras. The auras of the various races were very different. However, this was nothing to him. His aura concealment technique could easily change his appearance, which was the easiest way to fool others. Unlike the human race, the demon race in the demon territory existed in the form of tribes. Because they were of the same race as the human race, the demon race was like the alliance of the 100 races. There were many different races, large and small, from flying in the sky to running on the ground. It was impossible to form a country like the human race. More of them formed tribes, and a tribe was often a race. Apart from the tribes, there were the true rulers of the demon race, the 72 demon commanders. Each demon commander was in existence at the celestial realm and ruled over countless tribes. Each demon commander had countless experts under them, and their status was comparable to the marquis clans of the human race. Above the 72 demon commanders, there were the 10 great demon kings. Each demon king was a supreme existence that could support the heavens and earth, extremely powerful. After entering the demon territory, Yi Shiwen had no intention of stopping. He immediately passed through the demon territory and went all the way to the north, in the direction of the north underworld. Compared to the human countries, the killing in the demon territory was heavier. There were countless human countries. Although there were also battles, the overall situation was considered stable, unlike the demon territory where killing was everywhere. This chaotic situation made Yi Shiwen spend a full 3 months crossing the vast demon territory. Along the way, Yi Shiwen encountered all kinds of killing almost every day. In the vast demon territory, there were many mysterious places. Even the demon race did not dare to touch these places. Since ancient times, there were many forbidden places, and even many prehistoric demon race giants lived in them. There were many places that even the almighty demon experts didn't dare to touch. Although Yi Shiwen had read a lot of information about the demon soil, but after all, he had never personally experienced it. Not to mention, he didn't know when the information was written. Moreover, even those seniors who had left behind this information didn't dare to casually stroll inside the demon's soil, so he simply didn't know many places. Because of the incomplete information, Yi Shiwen was in an extremely dangerous situation. Especially in the case of flying at high speed, he had accidentally intruded into the lair of some demon beasts several times. Some of them were even prehistoric demon beast ancestors with profound cultivation. It could be said that Yi Shiwen had a narrow escape from death. Only then did he manage to escape with great difficulty. At this time, he finally understood the meaning of the many seniors' notes, saying that the demon territory was dangerous and that one should be careful when entering it. With his current strength, he was now able to casually kill a celestial realm powerhouse, but he had actually been forced to escape several times. It could be said that in these 3 months he had experienced more than 100 battles, big and small, and more than half of them had ended with him escaping in a sorry state. And there were even a few times where he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, and in the end he had escaped by the skin of his teeth. Otherwise, no matter how vast the demon territory was, it would not have taken him a full 3 months to finally cross the entire demon territory and enter the northern underworld. And this was when he disguised as a demon race. If he was a human or some other race, then perhaps he would have to face more than this scale of battles, and even the regular powerhouses of the demon race tribe would participate in the hunt to kill him. Yi Shiwen was also deeply shocked by the deep foundation of the demon race. With his strength in these hundreds of battles, more than half of them were fleeing in a panic. One could imagine how deep the foundation of the demon race was. This was a terrifying race that once ruled the remote antiquity. No wonder, when the demon race reappeared and besieged the human race imperial court, all the races reacted. Only the demon race was the calmest. Perhaps it was this incomparable strength that allowed them to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In terms of reproductive ability, the demon race was indeed far inferior to the human race, but the demon race was innately much stronger than the human race. In addition to this cruel situation of fighting, it caused more geniuses to emerge in the demon race. Although the human race also deliberately carried out the model of breeding goo, using various methods to promote the competition between geniuses, just like the imperial court hegemony. But in any case, there was no way to compare with this kind of crazy and bloody killing. That kind of bloodthirsty aura that seeped out from the root was something that the human race could not learn and could not learn. Fortunately, the biggest advantage of the human race was that they had more people than the demon race. These 3 months could be said to be a narrow escape from death, but it was not without gains. The biggest gain was that he successfully pushed the realm to the celestial realm 4th level. Originally, he thought that it would be possible to reach the realm after 3 years, but now it had only been half a year, and he had already reached this realm. Sure enough, he had to go through all kinds of hardships to be able to burst out every trace of potential in the body. Although he had been fighting outside, but he didn't lack spirit crystals. Those hundreds of spirit crystal mineral veins had given him enough confidence, although he had used them unscrupulously in the past 3 months and had eventually come out on top amidst the numerous crises. But in the end, he had only spent a trifling 3 spirit crystal mineral veins. That's all. For others, this may already be the behavior of a prodigal son. Many powerhouses of the celestial realm's 7th level, all their net worth was just this, but for Yi Shiwen it was nothing at all. As long as his strength could be exchanged for rapid progress, no matter how many spirit crystal mineral veins he consumed, it would not be excessive. Different from the time when he had just broken into the celestial realm 4th level half a year ago, the current Yi Shiwen had already undergone great changes. His breath was restrained, calm, and had long been reborn. It could even be said that the current him could easily blow up his original self with one punch. Even within the same realm, there was a huge difference in strength. This was also why Yi Shiwen, who had just entered the celestial realm 4th level, could only cause some trouble for Yi Kuang even if he used all his strength. Unless he used some taboo trump cards such as Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber, he might not be a direct opponent of Yi Kuang. Of course, Yi Shiwen's strength hadn't been the only thing that had changed in the last few months. Moreover, the biggest progress he had made was that he had successfully mastered all the moves of the heaven-level top-grade martial art, the Sky Severing Finger. The Sky Severing Finger was divided into a total of 5 moves, namely Sky Imprisoning, Sky Shaking, Sky Breaking, Sky Leveling, and Sky Severing. Yi Shiwen had already practiced the Heaven Imprisoning technique and the Heaven Shaking technique. However, he hadn't been able to practice the remaining 3 techniques because he had used up all of his spirit crystals. So he had temporarily delayed his practice. He often had a lot of spirit crystals on him, but they had been used in other more important areas. So his practice had been delayed until now. He had finally finished practicing the Heaven Breaking technique, the Heaven Flattening technique, and the Heaven Severing technique. Chapter 1565. Sky Severing Finger was divided into 5 styles, and each style was extremely powerful. It could be said that it was the pinnacle of finger techniques that Yi Shiwen had seen, not to mention practicing it. It was not easy to practice each style. In the past, it was a little difficult for Yi Shiwen to practice. After all, he was only in the law manifestation realm at that time. But now, he had already entered the celestial realm. His cultivation had also undergone a tremendous change. It could even be said that he had reached the celestial realm. Back then, Yi Shiwen had a hard time practicing heaven-level martial arts. Heaven-level martial arts were martial arts that could only be practiced by experts at the celestial realm. For experts at the law manifestation realm, or even half a step into the celestial realm, this was already beyond their ability. Generally, it was already very impressive for a half step into the celestial realm to be able to practice heaven-level primary martial arts, and for Yi Shiwen to be able to comprehend heaven-level top-level martial arts. That was already the power of a monster, and only Yi Shiwen could do it. This was also the most fundamental reason why Yi Shiwen could fight above his level. Yi Shiwen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to complete the cultivation of the Sky Breaking Finger. He had delayed the cultivation of the Sky Flipping Seal for a long time. However, he discovered that the might of the Sky Flipping Seal was still impossible for him to complete the cultivation even with the help of the mysterious space. Although the mysterious space could deduce martial arts, it could only be done under certain circumstances. Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to do so if the gap between him and the Sky Flipping Seal was too large. In the past, Yi Shiwen did not feel this way because at that time, whether it was mortal level, earth level, or heaven level martial arts, there was no difference. They were all the same, ignorant. At that time, as his cultivation continued to improve, he slowly discovered the power of Sky Flipping Seal. Even now, although Yi Shiwen could use the first 2 seals of Sky Flipping Seal, Shaking Mountain Seal and Inverting Sea Seal, it was obvious that he could not play these 2 seals to the peak. He had a lot of martial arts that were very profound, and there was also Devil Wings. He had been trapped in the 2nd layer of Tempest Wings for a long time, but there was no way to break through the 3rd layer. If there was a way to break through in an instant with just speed, he was sure that he could fight with Celestial Realm Masters. Unfortunately, there was no clue. Previously, his cultivation was too low, and now that his cultivation was high, Yimo was in a deep sleep, resulting in no other news. In addition to these, his own cultivation of observing person scripture could also be said to have fallen into a huge bottleneck. After he successfully entered the celestial realm, the galaxy in his body had completely evolved into a galaxy. Countless stars were born and destroyed in it, as if it was a drama of life and death every moment. However, he was still unable to truly evolve into a universe. It was as if he was lacking something, unable to truly break through. If he was unable to truly break through, then he might be stuck in the celestial realm, unable to truly break through to the celestial realm. All of this required a large amount of time to deduce. Fortunately, he still had that mysterious space. If it was someone else who obtained this incomplete cultivation technique, they could basically only wait for death. There was no other way. But he still had time. He was now only at the 4th layer of celestial realm. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the 9th layer of celestial realm, let alone the celestial realm. Even so, the 9th heavenly layer of heaven tier was still considered a very large threshold. After entering the northern underworld from the demon land, the miasma gradually decreased, but suddenly it became cold. It could even be said to be a dozen degrees colder, not suitable for ordinary people to survive. Even ordinary demon race could not survive in this situation. Only those powerful warriors could survive in this environment. But it just so happened that although the northern underworld land was extremely cold, it was not frozen. Further north of the northern underworld land was a sea. This was the real northern underworld. Although ordinary seawater was not as cold as the legendary northern underworld frigid water, there was no doubt that it was still much colder than ordinary seawater. If ordinary people entered, they would probably be frozen in a few minutes. Creatures that could survive in this kind of place without exception were extremely fierce creatures, not to mention the Kuan Pong that could survive in the northern underworld frigid water. It was even more terrifying, simply unimaginable. Part of the northern underworld frigid water could refine the water element part of an unparalleled treasure like the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. How terrifying the entire frigid water would be. It was simply unimaginable. And this creature, Kuan Pong, had existed since ancient times, was also a giant in the demon land, even in terms of the long lifespan of the demon race. This Kuan Pong had existed for a long time. However, when Yi Shiwen just arrived at a city on the edge of the northern underworld, he found that this city seemed to have been under martial law. Many brightly armored demon race masters rushed into the northern underworld sea in large batches. In addition to these soldiers, there were also many tyrannical celestial realm masters who had arrived unknowingly. Different from the human race, these demon race belonged to different races. Each of them looked strange, and some even retained many of their own race characteristics, looking very strange. On the edge of this northern underworld sea, there were many such cities, because for the demon race, the northern underworld sea was also a place that had not been completely conquered. Or in other words, it was a place that was completely impossible to conquer. Many of the fierce beasts that lived in it, even demon marshals and demon kings, could not do anything about it. In particular, the Kuan Pong was the biggest problem for the demon clan to subdue Dark North. This was the most difficult problem to solve in the past generations. Even this matter had spread outside the demon clan, and even Yi Shiwen in the human clan had heard about it. So every time he thought of snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the mouth of the Kuan Pong, he had a terrible headache. But even so, there were still many people coming, and soon Yi Shiwen understood why so many masters came. The reason was simple, that, like Yi Shiwen, was the northern underworld frigid water in the northern underworld frigid water, where that Kuan Pong resided. Kuan Pong had been hunting for countless years and had long been used to it. Everyone also calculated the time when Kuan Pong came out to hunt, and this time was their only chance to snatch the northern underworld frigid water from under Kuan Pong. Needless to say, the value of the northern underworld frigid water. Countless people were coveting it. This time, I'm also determined to get the northern underworld frigid water. Whoever dares to snatch it, I'll kill him. Come on, there's so much northern underworld frigid water. You can take it if you want, there's no need to fight at all. On the contrary, fighting is a waste of time. If that Kuan Pong comes back, then we're really dead. This time, Kuan Pong is dead. What do you mean you have other news? Do you see these demon soldiers and demon generals? This time, it's the deployment of one of the 10 demon kings, Jiu-Ing Demon King, and it's the most elite Fong soldiers under his command. It's actually the Fong soldiers of the Demon King No wonder they're so elite. I looked over, and there's not even one below the heaven realm. In a restaurant, Yi Shiwen listened quietly, and his mind couldn't help but become active. In the demon land, the 10 demon kings ruled the world, and any demon king had unimaginable power and influence. They ruled countless demon soldiers and demon generals, and the most powerful among them was undoubtedly the Fang soldiers under their command. These Fang soldiers were the personal guards of the demon king, and any one of them was a powerful expert above the heaven realm, and any one of them was a famous existence. With heaven realm warriors as soldiers, an army organized was enough to sweep the world, and its strength was unimaginable. However, I heard that the current Jiuying Demon King has just taken over the position, right? Why would they target the Kuan-Pong? Someone said in disbelief. Many experts who opposed him were cruelly suppressed. Even the first cave demon commander was massacred by him. His entire clan was exterminated, and the corpses were not allowed to be collected. He was no longer as strong as before. Rumor has it that he received the inheritance of the ancestor of the 9-headed infant tribe. His bloodline is unprecedentedly pure. In addition to his talent and some of the lost martial arts of the 9-headed infant tribe, he defeated his father and succeeded as the demon king. The 10 great demon kings had changed. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. The shock in his heart was not small at all. The 10 great demon kings were equivalent to the 4 human kings of the human race. Needless to say, their strength was strong, and it was not a normal replacement. Instead, it was killed by the descendant of the human king. How much bloodshed was hidden in this? However, due to the special nature of the demon territory, the news did not spread to the outside world. At least, it did not spread to the extent that even Yi Shiwen knew. The current Jiuying Demon King even sent a large number of experts. Their purpose is very simple, and that is to slaughter this Kuan-Pong, refine the Kuan-Peng's blood essence, and obtain eternal life. His eternal life impossible, apart from the gods, who can truly live forever. Moreover, even the gods known as the Eternal Sky, didn't they all fall one by one? The Jiuying Demon King must be crazy. At this point, that person could not help but lower his voice, even though he was also at the heaven realm. But to talk about a powerful demon king behind his back like this, for many people, was tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 1566. Who knows? But it's also possible that this Kuan-Pong already has divinity. This Kuan-Pong has existed since the mythological era. Moreover, in the ancient myths and legends, this Kuan-Pong feeds on dragons. The dragon race is a race that can challenge the gods. This shows how powerful this Kuan-Pong is. Maybe it has really seen through the mystery of immortality. Otherwise, even with the lifespan of a Kuan-Pong, it's impossible for it to live until now. That's right. In an era without gods, immortality seems to have become a taboo topic. Even if our lifespans are much longer than those of the human race, no matter how long we live, we will still die one day. Moreover, the human race has complete intelligence at the age of 10. We may have not developed intelligence for hundreds or even thousands of years. In fact, we are not much better than the human race. At our level of cultivation, how many of us are willing to turn into a cup of soil? No matter what, we have to give it our all. But isn't the Jiuying Demon King in his prime? Isn't it a bit too early to start thinking about this at this time? It's precisely because we are in our prime that we have to start thinking about this. When we grow old and weak, even if we want to kill the Kuan-Peng, we will not be able to. No matter what, these are the matters of those big shots and have nothing to do with us. Don't think that we are in the heaven tier. If we get involved in these matters, we will still be seeking our own deaths. We are no better than ants. Exactly. Let's think about the northern dark frosty water. When we get rid of this Kuan-Peng, the northern dark frosty water will probably be gone. How can it be gone? Without the Kuan-Peng, there should be more. You are wrong. What kind of existence is the northern dark frosty water? In the past, because of the Kunping patriarch's protection, no one dared to covet it. At most, they would steal a little when he went out to look for food. But once the Kunping is killed, will the Jiuying Demon King let us divide the northern dark frosty water? At that time, he will probably use his great mystique to take the northern dark frosty water away. What will we have to do then? In the future, I'm afraid that besides the Jiuying royal family, no one else will have the chance to obtain such a heavenly treasure. Yi Shiwen listened at the side, but he was in deep thought. If it were him, he would not let the northern dark, cold water be divided up by these people. Therefore, for him, there might not be enough time. He had to take advantage of the chaos to take away a part of the northern dark, cold water. As for the battle between the Demon King and Kunpeng, it was not something that someone at Yi Shiwen's level could come into contact with. He would not be bold to that extent, and he did not feel that he could participate in such a matter. Fortunately, he came early. If he came late, he was afraid that the northern dark frigid water would have nothing to do with him. Although there were other substitutes, the northern dark frigid water itself was a heaven and earth oddity. It only grew in the deepest part of the northern dark sea. Something that could replace the northern dark frigid water naturally couldn't be too bad, and it was very difficult to get. We naturally don't need to care about that, but there are people who want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Haha! This time the nine-headed fierce Demon King is very determined to hunt down the Kunpeng, and it has also attracted many old monsters who are cultivating in the deep mountains. Yi Shiwen just found a room, and while meditating, he quietly waited for the day of the Kunpeng's birth. And as the time got closer and closer, many powerful masters came one after another, among which there was no lack of peerless talents of the demon clan. However, the nine-headed fierce Demon King seemed to be completely indifferent to the arrival of these people, or it could be said that he did not care about these people at all, and did not feel that these people could cause any hindrance to him. 10 days, Yi Shiwen waited in the inn for a full 10 days, and also adjusted his spirit to the best state. And just when Yi Shiwen began to be a little impatient from waiting, suddenly, a terrifying coercion crushed down. It was extremely terrifying, and that powerful spiritual power seemed to be able to crush everything to death. Under this terrifying pressure, Yi Shiwen's bones all over his body creaked, and he could not straighten his body. Even his tyrant body was in such a state, let alone others. Yi Shiwen hurriedly used his martial power to resist, and only then could he move freely. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar outside, and only countless masters could be heard shouting, "Quickly activate the protection. If the Kunpeng rushes in, we are all finished." "All of you shut up. Can't you see the nine-headed fierce Demon King is here? This Kunpeng is dead this time. Activate the protection. Are you kidding me? Let me out. I still want to see the battle between the two peerless masters. The Kunpeng is here." Yi Shiwen instantly swept out with his divine sense, and saw that in the sky there was a black cloud covering the sky, and he did not know whether it was hundreds of miles or thousands of miles, directly covering the surrounding sky. Hiss, the Kunpeng! Yi Shiwen stared at the void in the void, and the terrifying beast that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the northern underworld, there was a fish called the Kuin, and the size of the Kuin was unknown, thousands of miles. It transformed into a bird called the Peng, and the back of the Peng was unknown, thousands of miles long, and when it flew, its wings were like the clouds in the sky. Although Yi Shiwen had seen some huge fierce beasts, it was the first time he saw such a huge one, and he really could not see the end of it at a glance. At this time, in Yi Shiwen's mind, some records about the Kunpeng in the handwritten notes left by some predecessors emerged. The Kunpeng was a powerful fierce beast that existed in the distant mythological era, although the human race and other races classified it as a demon, and even in the distant heavenly court of the demon race, the Kunpeng was the demon master, meaning the master of all demons. There were also many people who said that this Kunpeng was no longer the demon master of the demon emperor era, but only a descendant. However, in the hearts of many demon races, The Kuan Pang was not a good thing. The body of the Kuan Pang was incomparably huge, and every time it hunted for food, it was a disaster for the demon race. Every time the Kuan Pang flew out of the northern underworld, it would devour a large number of demon race. In front of this terrifying, fierce beast that was comparable to the Demon King, many demon race simply had no way to resist and could only helplessly be swallowed by the Kuan Pang, becoming its food. Especially these cities near the northern underworld. They loved and hated the Kuan Pang. Every time the Kuan Pang came out to hunt for food, they were the first to suffer, but they refused to leave, and the countless wealth in the northern underworld attracted them from all over the demon territory. Yi Shiwen expanded his divine sense again, and just barely managed to see clearly. This was indeed a terrifying, bird-shaped fierce beast. Some other legendary divine birds, such as the golden-winged roc and so on, were far inferior compared to this huge, fierce beast. This huge Kuan Pang suddenly opened its mouth in the void, and suddenly endless suction force formed a huge tornado, carrying everything in the sky and flying into its mouth. The demonic beasts in the entire mountain range were completely absorbed on the spot. Roar! 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 A huge, fierce beast's roar penetrated the vast sky, and at this time these tyrannical beast kings were almost like paper tigers in front of this Kuan Pang and had no power to fight back, or in other words, the two of them were not creatures of the same level. It could even be said that the two of them were not creatures of the same level anymore. Yi Shiwen looked at the Kuan Pang and could not help but feel a chill down his back. He did not know at first, but after seeing this Kuan Pang, he truly understood why this Kuan Pang could tyrannize the demon territory for countless years, and why many demon clans hated it to death, but could not do anything about it. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. Such a terrifying strength had already surpassed the strength of the Heaven Realm. At least Yi Shiwen had not seen any Heaven Realm with such a terrifying strength. Even if it was a Heaven Realm master, in front of this Kuan Pang, he was afraid that he was not much better than others, and also had no power to fight back. It seemed that this Kuan Pang didn't intend to leave so soon. It wanted to sweep through the nearby cities. Countless powerful spirit beasts had gathered in these cities. A powerful spirit beast was more meaningful than absorbing hundreds or thousands of spirit beasts' blood. Where is the nine-headed fierce beast king? Why is he not here? Many people saw the horror of the Kuan Pang and were already afraid, praying in their hearts. In front of this fierce beast they were like laughable toys and could not withstand a single blow. Yes, where is the nine-headed fierce beast king? I heard that the nine-headed fierce beast king was going to make a move, so I rushed here. Otherwise, now that this Kuan Pang is out looking for food, who would come here? Could it be that he is tricking us? That would be too treacherous. Impossible. The nine-headed fierce beast king has even sent out his tooth soldiers. How could he go back on his words? At this time, many people were in a mess, and many people had already turned around to escape. The pressure this Kuan Pang gave them was too great. In the city just now, tens of thousands of demon clan were swallowed in one breath. That scene was too terrifying for Zhong Ruigan, and thinking of this scene, many people's legs became weak. Although they all knew that with the speed of the Kuan Pang, they might not be able to escape, at this time there was no other choice. Could they still stay and obediently become the food of the Kuan Pang? And just when everyone was about to give up hope and flee, suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Animal, still want to be arrogant? I have also tolerated you for many years. Die. At this time, a loud rebuke came from the void, and then a long spear as thick as a small mountain broke through the void and directly fell on the Kuan Pang on the spot. A huge crack was split in the sky, and the sky was trembling as if it wanted to surrender under the terrifying power of this long spear. Chapter 1567. Everyone held their breath and seemed to be stunned as they looked at the scene in front of them. The long spear that was as thick as a small mountain was extremely terrifying as it pierced through the sky. Just as the Kuan Pang was about to be nailed, the Kuan Peng that was originally circling in the sky like a black cloud suddenly disappeared. The long spear pierced through empty air. Just as the long spear was about to fall to the ground, a big hand directly penetrated the void and grabbed the long spear. Then, a huge figure slowly appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man with slightly raised eyes. Between his brows, there was an unruly expression, cold and ruthless. He was another formidable character. His whole body was as big as a mountain, incomparably huge, and not much smaller than the Kuan Peng. The magical power of Law World. Although it might not be advantageous to be bigger, with the huge size of the Kuan Peng, even a demonic beast the size of a small mountain would be at a disadvantage if it fought against it. His body was as straight as a spear, standing in the sky like a pillar supporting the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. This is the nine-headed fierce Demon King? Yi Shiwen thought to himself, but he was secretly shocked. This nine-headed fierce Demon King was much stronger than he had imagined. No wonder he could kill Lao Wang and ascend to the throne himself. He even suppressed all the opponents in the territory, and now dared to touch the tiger whiskers of the Kuan Peng. And before everyone could react, suddenly, the huge black cloud that disappeared suddenly appeared in front of everyone in an instant. It appeared in front of the nine-headed, fierce Demon King. Just that head alone was the size of a city. A pair of dark green eyes stared at the nine-headed, fierce Demon King. That pair of wings were like a pair of incomparably sharp long blades. It slashed down from the void fiercely, and two huge cracks appeared in the void. A loud whistling sound swept out in an instant, sweeping up a huge storm. Everyone could not keep up with such a reaction speed at all. Only Yi Shiwen, who condensed divinity in his eyes and greatly increased his eyesight, could barely keep up with such speed. He could not help but be extremely shocked and gasped. This Kuan Peng's speed was really amazing. Yi Shiwen's current speed was far from this Kuan Peng's match. Soaring 90,000 miles was really no joke. Even in that kind of environment just now, he had also escaped the nine-headed fierce Demon King's fatal blow. This huge body had unparalleled, terrifying power, but in contrast it had a terrifying speed that was completely unmatched. It was really fast to the extreme. In addition, it had been bathed in the northern dark, cold water all year round, and its physical body had long reached an extreme. This, and Yi Shiwen, to a certain extent, had the same effect through different means. It was simply like a demon version of Yi Shiwen that had been magnified countless times and was countless times stronger. Yi Shiwen had no rivals in the same level, and even those who were higher than him were not his match. It was by relying on these few points that he had reached the extreme, and some seemingly unremarkable points, but they were the foundation of all martial arts. It was just that Yi Shiwen relied on the devil's wings and the tyrant body scripture, which were acquired. This Kuan Peng, on the other hand, was purely innate. Its innate aptitude was terrifyingly strong, so it dared to eat the Dragon Clan, absolutely not without reason. Boom! Countless storms swept out and fell on the top of the city. The city had no choice but to automatically raise a protective shield to protect everyone inside. The violent winds caused the protective shield to fluctuate continuously, as if it would be blown away in the next second. But at this time, everyone did not care so much. They all looked at the Joeying Demon King in the void to see how he would deal with it. Terrifying power boiled in the void. Under everyone's gaze, the Joeying Demon King did not care about the two wings that were slashing at him, only thrusting his spear towards the Kuan Peng, as if he wanted to kill it in one blow, even if both sides would be injured. Just as the Kuan Peng's wings slashed over, the Joeying Demon King's spear had already pierced into the Kuan Peng's face. Swoosh! The spear pierced empty air, only blasting a big hole in the sky. Chaos poured out like a torrent, falling into the dark North Sea, setting off endless waves. Cowardly beast! The Joeying Demon King sneered disdainfully. At the most crucial moment, the Kuan Peng still retreated, not having the guts to fight the Jiuying Demon King. And the Jiuying Demon King seemed to have known all this long ago. If this Kuan Peng was really so brainless, it would have been killed countless times over the years. Swoosh! A terrifying torrent of energy cut through the sky and slid down from the depths of the sky. It was as thick as a monstrous river, and the sky was shaking violently. In an instant, it came crashing down. At this moment, a four-clawed monster with a snake-like body appeared behind the Jiuying Demon King. Its body was covered in fiery red scales and blue scales, and it had 9 huge snake heads. This was the real body of the Jiuying Demon King. With a long roar, the 9 heads spewed out 2 torrents of energy, ice and fire, towards the huge torrent of energy in the depths of the sky. Boom! The terrifying energy collided, and the powerful shock wave burst out, instantly evaporating the seawater of the dark North Sea, directly setting off waves that were thousands of meters high. Looking from afar, it was extremely terrifying. Many of the demons in the city couldn't help but turn pale when they saw the scene. Even if it was a heaven-tier expert in a fight like this, he would probably not be any better than an ordinary person. Swoosh! The Jiuying Demon King stomped his feet, and his figure directly disappeared in the void, leaving only a huge footprint in the sky, shattering the space and pouring out chaos. When the crowd came to again, the Jiuying Demon King had already killed his way into the void, and his long spear was like a heavenly pillar, dancing in the sky. Even though they were separated by tens of thousands of miles, the aftermath of the fight still caused the entire dark North Sea to be in a state of turmoil. Damn beast, obediently surrender. I know that you are old and weak now, and no longer as powerful as you used to be. The Jiuying Demon King's arrogant voice came from the sky. Then came the terrifying roar of the rock, and from time to time, a rain of blood fell from the sky. No one knew whether it was the rocks or the Jiuying Demon Kings. The battle between the two had reached the depths of the void, and many people could not see it at all, unless they followed. But who would dare to follow and watch such a great battle? So this Kuan Peng can also age? No wonder he is far less powerful than he used to be. Yes, rumor has it that this rock even dares to swallow the gods. Although the Jiuying Demon King is powerful, he is still not comparable to the gods in the legends. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. As the 2 peerless masters fought one after another in the void, the crowd suddenly felt relieved, as if the terrifying pressure had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and they could finally take a breather. However, then there was a huge uproar. The crowd finally realized that now the rock was stalled by the Jiuying Demon King, so now was the best way for them to explore the rock's nest. Moreover, the rock had occupied the dark North Sea for countless years, and many powerful masters had died tragically in his hands. Inside the dark North Sea, there was likely to be some kind of treasure, and if they could get it, it was tantamount to getting rich overnight. Many people suddenly did not care about the possibility of the 2 fierce men coming back at any time, and hurriedly jumped out of the city and began to fly towards the dark North Sea. Yi Shiwen was also among these people, and his speed was extremely fast. In a short while he had already jumped to the front of the crowd, but Yi Shiwen soon found that the entire dark North Sea had actually been blocked by someone, and it was not someone else, but the tooth soldiers under the Jiuying Demon King's tent. These tooth soldiers, who had been fighting for many years, had a terrifying aura, and all of them were masters above the celestial realm, and most of them had even crossed the threshold of the 4th celestial realm, and were extremely tyrannical. Soon, everyone was blocked outside the door. You people, quickly retreat. This has been designated as a battlefield, and it is our Jiuying tribe's spoils of war. Whoever dares to approach will die. At this time, a young man in a luxurious robe slowly appeared from the void, his eyes filled with incomparable arrogance, and he glanced at the crowd, as if he did not want to talk to the crowd. That is the 3rd prince of the Jiuying Demon King. It is said that the 3rd prince is usually the most favored. As early as when the old king of the Jiuying tribe was still alive, The third prince was often accompanied by the current Jiuying demon king on expeditions. His cultivation is even more high, and it is said that he has already entered the seventh celestial realm. Someone quickly recognized the identity of this young man in a luxurious robe, and suddenly could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was another expert with an extraordinary identity. Yes, an expert who had already entered the seventh celestial realm, no matter how young he was, could definitely be regarded as an expert, and it would be an insult to him to emphasize his young age. Shameless, they actually want to monopolize the spoils. Suddenly, many people were filled with righteous indignation, as if they could not remember that it was precisely because the Jiuying demon king had stalled Kuan-Peng that they had such an opportunity. What else can we do? Do we have to fight with them? These are the most elite experts under the Jiuying demon king's command. If they join forces and form a battle formation, it won't be a problem to kill us, especially if the Jiuying demon king wins. Then we'll probably die a graveless death. What are you afraid of, so many of us? Do you think we are all vegetarians? Although the Fang army is powerful, and although they are elite, I do not believe that they can stop so many of us. Moreover, haven't you heard that the law does not punish the masses? Even if the Jiuying demon king returns victorious, does he still want to kill all of us? Perhaps we alone are nothing. But with so many of us joining forces, even the Jiuying demon king will have to be cautious. Chapter 1568. The nine-headed fierce beast tribe had sealed this part of the sea. For these people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, it was simply provoking public anger. Bastard, don't tell me that you people still want to stop this old man. Suddenly, an old man shouted and directly rushed in on the spot. Two Fang soldiers wanted to stop him on the spot, but they were smashed on the spot by this old man's fist and directly rushed in. Suddenly, this old man's action seemed to have caused a chain reaction. Many people began to attack the defensive line constructed by the Fang soldiers of the nine-headed fierce beast tribe. Although the old man had easily killed the two Fang soldiers, not everyone possessed the strength to do so. These Fang soldiers had followed the nine-headed fierce beast king on expeditions for many years. Each of them could be said to have killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Each of them was a peerless god of death. The murderous aura on their bodies was monstrous. It was simply not something that ordinary people could deal with. Many people wanted to imitate that old man, but the result was that they were directly torn apart by these Fang soldiers on the spot, and then became their food, swallowed one bite at a time. Demon race was completely different from human race. Once the demon race was defeated, it was very likely that they would become the food of others. If to a large extent the battles of the human race were for benefits, then the killings between the demon race were mostly for the desire of food. Even a powerful demon beast like the Kuan-Peng would still go around and eat people. A very important part of the cultivation of the demon race was the digestion of blood. Everyone's blood essence contained powerful energy. The more powerful the warrior, the more it was so. Just like Yi Shiwen would often beat people to death, the blood essence would be absorbed by Tianyuan mirror, and the pure energy would sometimes be reversed into Yi Shiwen's body. It was essentially the same, but the form was not the same. Among the human race, many demon path, evil path, and devil path warriors would also do this, but after all, it was not the mainstream. Yi Shiwen also rushed in with the crowd. In front of him, a Tiger Clan Fang soldier was looking at Yi Shiwen with a grin. He was the captain of the sixth sky of Heaven Realm. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen, this fourth sky of Heaven Realm kid, did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Die. He roared loudly, and the tiger-headed blade in his hand chopped down towards Yi Shiwen. It was simple and direct. There were no unnecessary movements, but it was powerful and heavy. It was completely like an ultimate technique that came out of the battlefield. This kind of unique skill on the battlefield was usually so simple and direct, but its power was extremely great. It was basically a battle of life and death. Clang! However, a loud roar was heard as the blade light in his hand fiercely chopped Yi Shiyun's palm. A loud roar was heard. His blade light stood on Yi Shiyun's palm as if it was chopping on gold and iron. It was simply unable to cut Yi Shiyun's palm. Bang! Yi Shiyun had crushed his blade light, but he didn't have the time to be surprised because Yi Shiyun's fist had already blasted towards him in an instant. It was getting closer and closer and was about to blast in front of him. Boom! The Tiger Clan soldier who wanted to stop Yi Shiyun was killed on the spot by Yi Shiyun's punch. His body shattered on the spot. Yi Shiyun grabbed him and put him into the Tianyuan mirror. Yi Shiyun didn't stop. In other words, this Tiger Clan soldier couldn't stop Yi Shiyun for even a second. Yi Shiyun broke through the encirclement in an instant. However, the scene was chaotic now. Most people couldn't break through the encirclement of the Tiger Clan soldier. Most of them were torn apart on the spot. Suddenly, Yi Shiyun felt a strong pressure crushing his body as he broke through the northern underworld sea. Many experts directly bombarded the northern underworld sea like cannonballs and created a huge sea current. However, such a huge commotion had naturally awakened some of the powerful monsters in the deep sea. Roar! A loud roar was heard. A strange fish with 4 limbs opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Yi Shiyun to bite him. The monstrous fish exuded a frightening, ferocious might. It had definitely reached the strength of the heaven tier or above, and such a monster was practically everywhere in the northern underworld sea. Ferocious beasts that were not at the heaven tier could not survive alone, and could only survive by relying on a strong group. It could be seen how terrible the northern underworld sea was. Even in the demon territory, it was a famous forbidden area. Yi Shiyun didn't stop at all. He immediately rushed towards the strange fish with its mouth wide open. Boom! A huge explosion erupted from the mouth of the strange fish, and it directly blasted open on the spot. This strange fish, which was as huge as a hill, directly exploded on the spot. It couldn't stop Yi Shiyun at all. Yi Shiyun could be said to be at his most powerful moment. Even if a monster at the 7th level of the celestial being realm was in front of him, it could not be his opponent. These deep-sea monsters lived in the northern underworld sea. Usually, they were tyrannical and extremely tyrannical. However, in the face of many demon clan experts who were slaughtering them, they couldn't do anything and were beheaded on the spot. What is that? Yi Shiyun suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. The entire northern underworld sea began to churn as if it was about to freeze in an instant. Then, a group of strange snakes directly rushed over in groups. These strange snakes were black all over with triangular heads. They were extremely terrifying. In this strange and incomparably dark sea, it was very difficult to detect them. It was such a huge group that was quickly discovered by Yi Shiyun. These thousands of strange snakes blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was really called overwhelming. Wherever these strange snakes passed, the seawater boiled as if it was about to freeze. These strange snakes themselves were very cold. Not to mention that when they opened their mouths, they would spit out cold air all over the sky. It was as if they could freeze everything to death in an instant. At this time, Yi Shiyun immediately did not dare to hesitate. The 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram on his body instantly spat out. Endless earth attribute energy swept out directly, forming a small hill that directly crashed down. Imperceptibly, earth restrained water. Although the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram only had the earth attribute left, its power was greatly reduced. However, it just happened to restrain these aquatic creatures. The most powerful thing about the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was that the 5 elements restrained each other. As long as you were still within the 5 elements, you would inevitably be restrained. It was nothing more than whether the power of the 5 elements in your body was stronger or weaker. Except for some chaotic creatures in the chaos, or zombies, gods, and other creatures that did not belong to the 3 realms and 6 paths. As the saying goes, jump out of the 3 realms and not be within the 5 elements. The phrase, not within the 5 elements, refers to cutting off all the attributes of the 5 elements in one's body, perfectly eliminating one of one's weaknesses, so that it would not become one's weakness and be attacked by others. In particular, this strange snake was a strange aquatic creature. It was born from the northern underworld sea, so it was even more restrained by the power of the earth element. In the face of the small hill formed by the power of the earth attribute, these strange snakes screamed and were directly crushed to death. But more of the cold air spat out by the strange snakes actually passed through the layers of defense and directly caused some terrible scenes of freezing on Yi Shiwen's hand. These strange snakes are really terrifying. They can actually penetrate my real elemental shield and penetrate my hand. If I didn't have a protective real elemental shield, I'm afraid I would have been frozen on the spot. Yi Shiwen said with narrowed eyes. Fortunately, he had the power of the earth element in the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. Otherwise, he would have had a headache when facing these water element creatures. Especially, these monsters would appear in groups of thousands or even thousands of them. With the power of the earth attribute to protect him, he was simply invincible and incomparably sharp. When Yi Shiwen completely restored the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, and the 5 elements were operating perfectly, then as long as they were still within the 5 elements, they would be suppressed and suppressed by the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. At that time, he would absolutely be invincible. With the power of the earth attribute to open the way, these strange snakes, which were only around the half-step celestial realm, could not cause any trouble for Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, as Yi Shiwen became more and more proficient in the use of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, this power of the earth attribute actually formed a cloth-like protective film around Yi Shiwen's body, densely covered with simple and unadorned patterns. This was an extremely profound insurance for the use of the power of the earth attribute in the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. From the notes left by the 5 elements supreme, this should be the highest manifestation of the power of the earth attribute in the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, the earth robe. It borrowed the name of the legendary goddess of peace, the earth robe. When practiced to a profound level, he only needed to stand, and no celestial realm masters would be able to attack him indiscriminately. It was very strong, but Yi Shiwen could only condense the earth robe now, and was still far from the great accomplishment. Yi Shiwen had just killed these strange snakes, and before he had time to take a breather, he saw the sea began to fluctuate violently again, and a cloud-like object quickly flew toward him. Soon, Yi Shiwen saw clearly what kind of monster it was. He saw that it was a group of small fish the size of an arm, but these small fish looked strange. Each one looked very ferocious, with no skin on their heads, only bones, and their upper and lower jaws were constantly opening and closing, and their sharp teeth seemed to be able to bite through space. These small fish were extremely fast. They looked very far away a moment ago, but in just a moment they had already pounced in front of Yi Shiwen, opened their big mouths, and bit toward Yi Shiwen. This was a kind of ominous beast that only lived in the northern underworld sea. Don't look down on its small size. According to the information Yi Shiwen had obtained, these small fishes could bite out a big hole in the mountains and rivers. It was very terrifying. However, this time, it didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to escape and immediately pounced on him. Chapter 1569. Yi Shiwen naturally did not dare to neglect these fierce beasts that lived in the northern underworld sea. All creatures were very dangerous, and it could even be said that things that were not dangerous enough could not survive here at all. At the same time, he also wanted to use these creatures to temper his earth robe. This was a kind of magical power, an acquired magical power. The 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was not only a magic tool, but also a method to condense magical power. Every time Yi Shiwen evolved a new 5 elements, he could obtain a magical power. Yi Shiwen's own defense was already very strong, not to mention the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron. Coupled with the earth robe, his current defense could be said to be exceptionally terrifying, just as he put on the Empress' earth robe. Schwa! In the blink of an eye, that school of small white fishes had already arrived in front of Yishuin. Their speed was incomparably fast. Even many celestial being experts did not have such a fast speed. In other words, even many celestial being experts could not escape from the pursuit of these small fishes. Clang! 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 These small fish opened their mouths, and in an instant, countless white lights like small sharp swords instantly blasted towards Yishuin. These sharp swords constantly splashed on Yishuin's body like sparks. Wave after wave, almost endless, like a terrifying storm tide, swept over in an instant. Burial sword. Yishuin sneered. The sword light in his hand split into countless sword lights in the void, and directly slashed out. Whoosh! 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 Countless sword lights directly shot out and bombarded these small fishes into pieces. Yishuin also absorbed all the blood essence of the fishes that were bombarded by Yishuin. Earth restrained water, but conversely, water could also promote the growth of earth. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. They restrained each other, but at the same time, they also generated each other. As more and more small fish were killed, in the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram in Yishuin's hand, the part that belonged to the water element also bloomed with more and more blue light. Compared to the other 3 elements, it was already considered to be improving. The only way to recover the 5 elements was to continuously kill water-attributed creatures and absorb the water-attributed energy in their bodies to continuously recover the 5 elements. But the real problem was that this process was too slow. Ordinary people also had the power of water in their bodies, but it was too weak. So, it was unknown how long it would take to restore it. So, although this was also a method, but Yishuin wouldn't use it. However, this didn't prevent him from continuously absorbing the power of the water element. Moreover, as the power of water element continued to grow, his perception of the power of earth element also continued to rise. The most intuitive thing was that the Ho-Tu robe on the surface of his body was also becoming more and more real. Compared to the beginning, one could tell that there was a problem with it at first glance, but now it was becoming more and more real. However, more and more of them were killed by Yishuin. These small fishes actually set up a formation and used the power of the formation to strangle Yishuin. Amazing! These small fishes can actually form a formation on their own. It's really a creation of heaven and earth. Yishuin couldn't help but say, for a warrior with a high level of cultivation, arranging an array formation was nothing at all. It was just that they were not proficient in it. However, for these ominous beasts that relied on their instincts, they completely relied on their instincts to arrange this array formation. So, Yishuin sighed with emotion. Although they had all entered the half-step celestial realm, in terms of cultivation, they were already much higher than many demon beasts, but they didn't open their own consciousness. This seemed to be a means of balance by God. Some powerful ominous beasts were born, very powerful, but there was no way to open their own spiritual wisdom. And a weak race like the human clan was born with spiritual wisdom. In just a dozen years, they could have their own thinking and judgment. But even so, these small fishes wanted to hurt Yishuin. It was still far from being able to. With Yishuin's current cultivation, even if he stood there and let them kill him, it would be difficult for them to break through Yishuin's defense. Very tyrannical, Yishuin directly rushed into the middle of these small fishes and fought with all his might. Although these small fishes were not particularly powerful, they won in large numbers and could still provide Tianyuan Mirror with a considerable amount of blood essence. However, the magical power of the earth robe was extremely difficult to practice. If he didn't have his own well-preserved power of the earth element, it would be impossible for Yishuin to even condense the earth robe. With Yishuin's continuous killing, just when there was some improvement, These small fishes in front of him had already been slaughtered. However, Yi Shiwen did not forget the purpose of his trip and continued to go in the direction of the deepest northern underworld cold pond. But the ominous beasts in the northern underworld sea were in groups, and the number was simply endless. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't go all the way, and killing along the way, the smell of blood attracted more deep-sea giant beasts, so it was almost endless and he couldn't kill them all. Yi Shiwen could only kill all the way in this way, but there was no way at all. Fortunately, the progress of others was not much better than Yi Shiwen, but they still had the most intuitive understanding of the density of the ominous beasts in the northern underworld sea. This was also the reason why many people couldn't stand the Kuenpeng. There were obviously countless food resources in the northern underworld sea, but this Kuenpeng just liked to attack the demon clan on land. Every time, it would cause countless casualties in the demon clan. In the past, some demon kings tried to kill this Kuenpeng, but it was useless. At that time, the Kuenpeng was in its prime, and finding trouble with the Kuenpeng was courting death. And if this Kuenpeng had not entered its twilight years, perhaps even the Jiuying Demon King would not dare to find trouble with this Kuenpeng. Yi Shiwen could even see that some of the experts who had also rushed down had already been torn apart by the demon beasts who had heard the news. They had been completely slaughtered. Even many of the overlords of the deep sea had also woken up and started to take action. Although the Kuenpeng was the only ruler in the northern underworld sea, there were still many terrifying deep-sea overlords under the Kuenpeng. These deep-sea overlords each had the means and ability to fight with the experts of the celestial realm. Being targeted by these deep-sea overlords was tantamount to death. Until the end, Yi Shiwen's hands were also numb. He knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he simply used the breath-restraining technique to conceal all his aura. In such a dim situation, vision was no longer useful. Although he could use his divine thoughts to scan, Yi Shiwen concealed all the aura on his body, so it was easy to become blind. There was even a deep-sea overlord that quietly swam past him on the spot. If Yi Shiwen hadn't discovered it in advance and disguised it as a deep-sea current, he was afraid that he would not have been able to avoid a terrifying pursuit. And those behind him were not so lucky. They were directly targeted by this deep-sea giant and then torn into pieces, finally dying tragically in the deep sea. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the northern underworld sea was called a forbidden area. In such a chaotic place, even if there was no Kuenpeng, it should be one of the most terrifying forbidden areas. He dived all the way. His speed was extremely fast, but it was also silent. Finally, after half a day, he finally came to the surroundings of the northern underworld cold pond. Just as he approached this northern underworld cold pond, Yi Shiwen immediately felt that his whole body was about to be frozen. The northern underworld sea was already much colder than ordinary water, but compared to the northern underworld cold pond, it was still far from it. And the most amazing thing was that no matter how cold it would not freeze. But the cold air that was emitted directly penetrated into the bones. If it was just an ordinary warrior of the celestial realm, he probably wouldn't dare to casually approach. Yi Shiwen immediately rushed over. The originally dense group of demonic beasts nearby also disappeared without a trace. After all, this was the nest of the Kuenpeng. How many demonic beasts would have nothing better to do and would dare to come here to stroll? Even those deep-sea overlords were the same. They didn't dare to approach the Kuenpeng's nest. If they were not careful, they might be swallowed alive by the Kuenpeng. And Yi Shiwen was also the first warrior to come here. He believed that the other demon clans that had broken through the blockade should still be fighting with those endless deep-sea monsters at this time. He couldn't help but sneer. After the battle just now, he was already very clear about the temperament of these demonic beasts. It could be said that they were fierce and unafraid of death. They originally did not have spiritual wisdom, and coupled with their brutal nature, they would not know how to retreat. In addition, the smell of blood would attract more fierce beasts. Therefore, the more they killed, the more difficult it would be to escape, unless they had a method, like Yi Shiwen, to conceal their aura. Yi Shiwen immediately rushed to the side of the cold water pond. His big hand turned into a sky full of golden light, and he directly grabbed into the cold water pond on the spot. Bang! But he heard a loud roar. Yi Shiwen's big hand grabbed into the cold water pond, but it didn't even break the surface of the water. It was like grabbing a steel plate, and it only barely set off some ripples. Yi Shiwen's face couldn't help but show a somewhat horrified expression. This northern underworld cold water was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. There was no way to directly grab it all at once. He could only follow the instructions in the handbook and input chi into it, and slowly separate a little of the northern underworld cold water. After a while, Yi Shiwen finally separated a drop of northern underworld cold water. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but want to cry. With this efficiency, he originally hoped to grab a handful and leave. It was not difficult at all, but now it seemed that he was wrong, very wrong. This northern underworld cold water was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. If this continued, when the others came, it would be difficult to get enough northern underworld cold water. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. No matter what, this was the only way. Whoosh! In his body, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram suddenly flew out, and then directly penetrated into the northern underworld cold water. Chapter 1570. After penetrating into the northern dark frigid water, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram could not help but burst into a powerful light. But soon, the light was covered by the northern dark frigid water. The entire northern dark frigid water was still like an ancient well. Yi Shiwen had a somewhat crazy look on his face. Since he could not take away a part of the northern dark frigid water, the best way was to directly sacrifice the water element in the northern dark frigid water and let the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram directly absorb the northern dark frigid water. This idea could be said to be crazy enough, but only he could do such a thing. Although he was the first one to arrive, he was also the earliest one. The others had not arrived yet, which was his biggest advantage. But soon, as the others arrived one by one, Yi Shiwen's advantage would disappear. With his speed of producing a drop of northern dark frigid water for half a day, God knew when he would be able to collect the northern dark frigid water needed for the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. So the best way was to refine it here. Of course, the danger was also great. The biggest threat was the unknown whereabouts of Kuan Peng and Jiuying Demon King. These 2 peerless monsters, no matter who won, rushed over, it would be a disaster for him. So he must seize every minute and every second, otherwise it would be too late. Yi Shiwen did not stop and directly rushed to the huge cave residence on the surface of the northern dark frigid water. That was the cave residence of Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng had been entrenched in the northern dark frigid water for a long time, using the cold here to cultivate itself. So its physical body was also very terrifying. Even if they were in the same realm, Yi Shiwen did not dare to say that he could win against Kuan Peng. It was indeed a terrifying monster of the ancient times that fed on dragons. At this time in his mind, the mysterious space was constantly blooming with colorful light, constantly refining the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. For Yi Shiwen, multitasking was not a problem at all. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps at this time, they would be dumbfounded and have to continue refining at the cold pool. Yi Shiwen directly broke into Kuan Peng's cave mansion. There wasn't even a restriction formation in this cave mansion. It was guarded by such a terrifying, ominous beast. So, how many people could break into its cave mansion? Ordinary deep-sea demon beasts wouldn't dare to approach it casually. They didn't have any spiritual wisdom and acted based on their instincts. Instead, they were keenly aware of the dreadfulness of Kuan Peng. This cave residence was very large. As if to accommodate its huge body, it was more like a huge mountain that was hollowed out on the spot. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw a variety of magic tools laid out on the ground. Many of them were still exuding powerful fluctuations, telling people how glorious they were in the past. Among them, Kunpeng's mountain and divine tools were all heavenly tools, and there was not even a single one. Yi, Kun divine tool, was sea, demon star continent. Yi Shiwen looked at the magic tools on the ground and could not help but say aloud, "What the hell, these magic tools? Could it be the magic tools of the powerhouses who had died tragically in the hands of Kunpeng?" If this was really the case, it was too terrifying. These heaven-grade magic tools were at least top of the heaven grade, many of which were even not inferior to the 8 treasures Qianyuan cauldron. But now they were lying on the ground broken, and no one had cared about them for thousands of years. From the level of these magic tools, it could also be seen that the masters behind them were powerful and terrifying. They were probably terrible masters at the 8th or even 9th level of the celestial realm, or even the celestial realm. Only they could have so many top of the heaven-grade magic tools. And these people should have been buried in the belly of Kunpeng. If he did not guess wrong, these should be the magic tools of the powerhouses who had been swallowed into Kunpeng's belly. But in the end, they were even spat out. As for those earth-grade magic tools, they were probably all digested. And these people should have been buried in Kunpeng's belly. If he did not guess wrong, these should be the magic tools of the powerhouses who had been swallowed into Kunpeng's belly. But in the end, they were still spat out. As for those earth-grade magic tools, they were probably all digested. These were magic tools that could not be digested. But the spirit of the magic tools had also been erased, and no new spirit was born. In the past, they were all famous existences, and many must have been worshipped by countless people. Now, they were thrown everywhere like garbage, which was enough to show how terrifying Kunpeng was. In these countless years, it was indeed considered to have done a lot of evil. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up as he looked at them. These were all top-level, heavenly-level divine tools. Even if they were completely damaged and beyond repair, just the materials used to make them were already hard to come by. So many top-level, heavenly-level divine tools. Even if they were to be sold as scrap iron, it would still be a windfall. Immediately, Yi Shiwen directly formed a big hand and collected all these magic tools. Then, Yi Shiwen did not stand on ceremony, and directly walked inside on the spot. On the ground, he also found many natural treasures that accompanied Kunpeng. For Kunpeng, these might be nothing, but in the outside world, they were good treasures that could be sold at a sky-high price. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise outside the cave residence. Finally, after a long time, those people finally broke through the layers of blockades and killed their way into this Kunpeng's nest. Many people were outside collecting northern dark cold water, but more people directly rushed into the cave residence. Someone has been here before. Someone saw the traces of Yi Shiwen's activities, or rather, Yi Shiwen did not cover up these traces at all. They did not expect that these people would arrive so quickly. Hearing these voices, Yi Shiwen could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he came early and did not waste time outside. Otherwise, at this time when they arrived, he might still be refining the northern dark, cold water, drop by drop. At that time, the situation would really be over. At this time, he could feel that after soaking in the northern dark, cold water, the water in the 5 elements Qianyuan diagram was slowly recovering, and as his water continued to recover, the speed at which he absorbed the northern dark cold water also became faster and faster. It could even be said that he was recovering at an amazing speed. Even 5 Element Supreme, who forged the 5 elements Qianyuan diagram, could not be so extravagant as to directly soak the 5 elements Qianyuan diagram in the northern dark cold water. At most, he used a part of the northern dark cold water as a primer and finally recovered. This was also something that Yi Shiwen could do, because he did not have time at all. Although Kunpeng would go out to look for food, the time was very short and he would return very soon, so he could not collect much northern dark cold water at all. It was also this time that Kunpeng was held back by the Jiuying Demon King, which gave Yi Shiwen the opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have such a luxurious opportunity? Yi Shiwen could not help but show a little joy on his face. If this continued, it would not take long for the water part of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram to be completely recovered. After all, it was not sacrificial training, but just recovery. This speed was naturally needless to say. In addition, he was soaking in the northern dark, cold water. This speed was naturally extraordinary. Damn, who is so fast, so much faster than us? Catch him, and then interrogate him about what he got. Because no one had ever broken into Kuan Peng's cave mansion, so no one knew what was in Kuan Peng's cave mansion. Even if many people wanted to know, they had no way to know, so they could only catch the people in their imagination and interrogate them. As for what they would interrogate, they could not guarantee themselves. Hearing this, Yi Shiwen could not help but speed up and continue to the depths of Kuan Peng's cave mansion. He could not help but quickly discover that compared to some simple and even desolate scenes outside, the inside of Kuan Peng's cave mansion was actually a different world. Endless Lingqi was sealed in it by a restriction, and it was even close to the degree of solidification. Yi Shiwen immediately opened his third eye and saw that under the nest of Kuan Peng, there were actually 99 spiritual veins captured and gathered under the nest. The Lingqi was directly fed to the most central platform, and on that platform, there was an egg exuding the power of water and wind. This egg was only the size of a palm. However, the most shocking thing was that the principles of water attribute and wind attribute alternated in the surroundings of this egg. Moreover, these principles weren't the original principles. Instead, they had been refined into talismans, and these talismans were wrapped around this egg. Faint cries were coming from it. Yi Shiwen could tell that these cries were very similar to the cries of that Kuan Peng. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened wide. He suddenly realized one thing. This egg in front of him was very likely to be the egg of Kuan Peng. Thinking of this, he could not help but suddenly become spirited. This could actually be the egg of Kuan Peng. What was Kuan Peng? It was an invincible overlord that had already existed in the ancient mythological era. It was extremely terrifying and even dared to devour dragons. It even dared to devour the gods. Even until now, it was old and weak. It still dared to fight against the peak state of the 9-headed, fierce beast king. What a terrifying existence it was. And this Kuan Peng actually left behind an egg, and it seemed to be an egg that was about to hatch. At this time, a crazy idea flashed in Yi Shiwen's mind, regardless of how this Kuan Peng laid an egg in the case of only one head. For him, if he could take this Kuan Peng egg for himself, then for him, it would not be as simple as becoming rich overnight. Because this Kuan Peng egg, he would absolutely not let go of this Kuan Peng egg. No one could take it away from him. For him, once Kuan Peng grew up, how powerful would it be? Then for him, there was no doubt that it would be an excellent helper. Chapter 1571. Since ancient times, who had ever tamed a real Kuan Peng's egg? No one had ever done so. Even the gods had to retreat in the face of a Kuan Peng. It was rumored that a god had been killed by a Kuan Peng. This was not a myth. Even in the ancient books of many ancient families and forces, there were such records. Their ancestors had seen it with their own eyes. It was not a legend. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a Kuan Peng was. If he could tame a Kuan Peng, then it would be a terrifying helper in the future. Ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. Few people would dare to approach an adult Kuan Peng, but now such an opportunity was right in front of him. He had no time to think about how much time, energy, and cost it would take to hatch the Kuan Peng's egg and raise it to adulthood, because no matter how much time, energy, and cost, it would be worth it. Even if it was handed over to the Yi family, the Yi family would choose to raise a Kuan Peng even if they had to spend all their fortune. Yi Shiwen did not know if there was a way to tame a Kuan Peng. There was definitely no way to tame an adult Kuan Peng. He was not even strong enough to be bitten by the Kuan Peng. But this kind of egg had not been born yet, so there should be a chance. Besides, he still had Yemo, an old devil. He had lived for many years and had vast knowledge. He should have a way. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen slightly calmed down and looked around. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This Kuan Peng really had some tricks up its sleeves. It had captured 99 large dragon veins and cast them into the 9 dragons facing the heavens' great array. All the luck and Lingqi were poured into this Kuan Peng's egg. Holy sh*t! What kind of creature did he raise? As the saying goes, only a place with a spirit could produce outstanding people. The more abundant the Lingqi, the easier it was to produce outstanding people, and the easier it was to produce talented people. Not only could this spiritual vein provide spiritual energy for cultivation, but it could also provide something that couldn't be touched or seen. It was fate. This thing couldn't be touched or seen, but everyone knew of its existence and how important it was. However, the theory of luck had practically touched upon the legends, the most secretive of destinies. Thus, many people had spent their entire lives trying to figure out anything about it. However, it was publicly acknowledged that spirit veins could allow a sect to rise. Not only would they provide a great deal of spiritual energy for their disciples to cultivate, they would also bring unprecedented luck, the so-called dragon vein. Just one of these dragon veins was already incredible. If it was a large-scale dragon vein, just one would be enough to forge the foundation of a loose cultivator sect. A sect with hundreds of thousands of people would rise because of this. Similarly, once the dragon's vein grew old or even died, the sect would definitely fall into a predicament unless they could find another dragon's vein. In the end, they might even be annihilated. Loose cultivators usually only had one dragon vein, which was very unstable. Success could be due to the dragon vein, but failure could also be due to the dragon vein. No matter how big the dragon vein was, if there was only one, it could cause the sect to fall into a crisis of destruction. Only those noble clans had the dragon-raising technique. They raised the dragon's veins and extracted a large amount of spiritual qi to raise the dragon's veins. This was the dragon-raising technique. Only by doing this could the dragon's veins survive for a long time. Adding on to the fact that the dragon's veins were constantly being captured, the Yi clan was no exception. However, these dragons' veins were used against a sect. Ordinary, peerless geniuses would be allowed to enter the sect's dragon's vein to cultivate for a period of time. Not only was the dragon's vein the place with the densest Lingqi, but it also carried the luck of the clan. The role of luck for a person was naturally needless to say. For people with great luck, even if they slept casually, there might be magic treasures falling from the sky into their arms for them to recognize as their master. However, although luck was something that couldn't be seen or touched, it did exist. Once a genius entered the dragon vein and took away a portion of the luck of the dragon vein would decrease a little. Therefore, unless one was a peerless genius or had made great contributions to a force, it was impossible for them to have a chance to obtain the luck of the dragon vein. But now, in this place, there were actually 99 dragon's veins supporting this Kuan Peng. Even if there was a small dragon's vein, it was enough to support a dynasty for hundreds of years in the mortal world. Not to mention such a huge dragon's vein, such a long-term pattern, it was hard to imagine what kind of monster would be raised. On the other hand, not everyone was qualified to have the ability to withstand such luck. Ordinary creatures, even if it was Yi Shiwen, would not be able to withstand the luck for a long time. Instead, they would be devoured by the luck and die tragically. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Kuan Peng, why do I feel the aura of that old guy Kuan Peng? At this time, Yi Mo's voice suddenly sounded. His figure suddenly jumped out of Tianyuan mirror. At this time, his figure was still in a translucent state. He had not recovered from the previous injury, so even now, Yi Mo looked as if he could dissipate at any time. In order to speed up the recovery, he also slept for a long time. Ordinary things could not wake him up at all, and it was this Kuan Peng egg in this barrier that suddenly woke him up from his long sleep. Kuin Peng egg, my god, Yishuin. You got into trouble. You got into big trouble. You actually dared to break into Kuin Peng's nest. Oh my god. Yi Mo could not help but curse. Looking at the Kuin Peng egg behind the barrier in front of him, he could not help but stare at it. Yi Shiwen could not help but helplessly tell him about this matter. I was wondering how you could break into Kuin Peng's nest. So this is the case. Yi Mo could not help but say, that Jew Ing Demon King chose a good time. This generation of Kuin Peng is already old. You may not know how Kuin Peng reproduce. Their simplest method is when they feel that they are old, they will gather all the essence in their body, leaving only one egg, and this egg will grow into a new Kuin Peng. However, the Kuin Peng that gave birth to the egg is not only old, but most of the essence in its body has entered this egg, so it can be said to be unprecedentedly weak. Otherwise, even if this Jiu Ing Demon King was in the heaven realm, he would definitely not be a match for this Kuin Peng. That is to say, this egg is the whole body essence of Kuin Peng. Yi Shiwen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up when he heard this. If he could swallow this egg, then his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. It wouldn't be a joke. You are wasting God's gift. You are wasting God's gift. Yi Mo couldn't help but say, the Kuin Peng clan has fewer members than the Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan. Even in their golden age, there might not even be 10 of them. You actually want to devour them? That's a waste of a heavenly treasure. Although your cultivation will soar in a short time, it will be a waste. This is an unprecedented opportunity. If you can subdue this Kuin Peng egg, then you will have an unprecedented pet fighter. The wolf cub is nothing compared to this Kuin Peng. Yi Mo couldn't help but say, the Kuin Peng clan has fewer members than the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan. Yi Shiwen could not help but look gloomy when he mentioned the wolf cub. He had not heard about the wolf cub for a long time. But with the wolf cub's character, if it came out, it should be very coquettish, very eye-catching, and it should not take long for him to hear about it. There is a saying that being famous in the world is also a way to report one's safety. Yi Shiwen only found Leah among his old friends in the past, but he still did not have much contact with them. As for the wolf cub and Hua Menghan, there was still no news of them. Yi Shiwen had no other way. When he became famous in the world, it would be the best way to report his safety, and at the same time it would also be the best guide for them to find him. This is a famous pet that can challenge the gods. TSK, you are rich, absolutely rich. Even my master couldn't catch a Kuin Peng as a pet in the past. Yi Mo said. His eyes were already shining, and his saliva was almost flowing down. It could be imagined how attractive this Kuin Peng was to be able to move an old demon like him so much. I will teach you a beast taming technique. Not to mention a Kuin Peng that is still an egg, as long as you have enough strength. Even an adult 9-clawed divine dragon or 7-colored phoenix can be caught as your spiritual beast. Yi Mo said immediately. Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched. 9-clawed divine dragon, 7-colored phoenix. These divine beasts could scare people to death just by hearing their names. But in Yi Mo's mouth, they could only be spiritual beasts. Yi Mo didn't say much. He pinched a hand seal and imparted a set of power technique into Yi Shiwen's mind. Yi Shiwen's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. His body was already translucent, but it seemed as if it would disappear at any moment. Yi Mo, are you okay? Yi Shiwen said worriedly. Yi Mo was the one he was most concerned about. If Yi Mo came out because of this, even if he caught a Kuin Peng, in his opinion, it was not worth it at all. I'm okay. It's nothing more than a little consumption. Hurry up and catch some more flesh. I need it now to recover, especially from the demon clan. The more the better. If there is a celestial being realm, that would be the best. Yi Mo said. After that, he directly disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen, turned into a streamer, and returned to Tianyuan Mirror, regardless of whether Yi Shiwen could do it or not. A celestial being, realm demon clan. Yi Shiwen muttered the sentence, but his eyes were looking at the Kuan Pengeg on the high platform, and his eyes were unprecedentedly determined. Chapter 1572. The Heaven Realm, no matter which race it was an incomparably powerful existence. To outsiders, just the mention of this name was enough to make them tremble with fear. But to Yi Mo, it was like fertilizer and only fertilizer. Yi Shiwen didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As long as Yi Mo needed it, he would even dare to kill a demon god, let alone a celestial realm demon. Immediately, Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate. The countless sword auras in his hand started to condense into a long sword. Whoosh! The void started to distort crazily. Then a sword aura swept out. Kaboom! With a loud roar, the restrictions started to shake crazily. Some of the spiritual energy leaked out. The commotion was so big that the entire cave started to shake. Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The commotion outside had probably attracted the attention of those people outside. He was only one step ahead, and now he was afraid that they would all come. But there was no other way. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't have the chance to break the restriction. Boom! 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 With a series of loud roars, the entire restriction shook crazily. The cracks grew larger and larger, and spiritual energy leaked out from within. The seawater also turned upside down. Roar! Faintly, there was the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Kaboom! Finally, with a loud roar, the entire restriction suddenly exploded. Roar! The originally faint roar of a dragon and a tiger instantly turned into a shocking roar. The 99 dragon veins instantly turned into 99 divine dragons. In an instant, they coiled up and stared at Yi Shiwen with extremely unfriendly eyes. It seemed like because Yi Shiwen could break the restriction, the 99 dragon veins instantly turned into dragons. Yi Shiwen wasn't surprised. How could the Kuan Peng not have any preparations for placing its eggs in its nest? The divine dragons, formed by the 99 dragon veins, instantly soared up. The commotion behind him became louder and louder. Yi Shiwen only hesitated for a moment, looking at the 99 divine dragons. He immediately leaped to a corner and hid. In the blink of an eye, a group of people rushed in. The person in the lead was the third prince of the 9-headed infant demon king. Behind him were several dozen elite Fong soldiers, all of whom were powerful experts in the celestial realm. As soon as they entered, they occupied all the key points, and following closely behind them were several dozen powerful experts in the celestial realm. Almost all of them were experts who had successfully broken through the blockade of the 9-headed infants tribe. Although they were not as elite as the Fong soldiers and were united, the experts of the 9-headed infants tribe could not chase everyone away. Almost instantly, they saw the Kuan Pengeg that was protected by the 99 divine dragons. Almost instantly, their eyes widened. This Kuan Pengeg almost made them all go crazy. They naturally knew how powerful the Kuan Peng was, and they naturally knew how important the Kuan Pengeg was. If they could have a Kuan Pengeg and raise the Kuan Peng, then even if they didn't do anything, they would still be able to stand on equal footing with the great demon kings in the demon land. They might even be above the great demon kings. Those who were not from the demon land would find it difficult to understand their fanaticism towards the Kuan Peng, because they had been under the absolute suppression of the Kuan Peng all year round. Every time the Kuan Peng went out to forage for food, there would be a large number of casualties among the demon kings. Sometimes the demon kings would even be alarmed to stop the Kuan Peng. Throughout history, there had been cases of demon kings dying tragically in the belly of the Kuan Peng. Because they were powerful, they were afraid. But at this moment, all the fear turned into greed. Even the third prince of the 9-headed infant demon king was no exception. At this time, the only thing left in his demonic eyes was the Kuan Pengeg. Kuan Pengeg, oh my God, am I seeing things? Kuan Pengeg. Haha, I am going to be rich. Kuan Peng. As long as I raise the Kuan Peng, I will not care about any demon king. Kuan Peng, mine. At this time, Many people suddenly became a little crazy and fell into a state of madness. Whoosh! 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 Everyone rushed towards the Kuin Ping egg in a frenzy. Damn it, get out of my way! The first to run was the third prince of the Demon King. The long spear in his hand instantly shot out. It was exactly the same as the long spear of the 9-headed infant Demon King. But in terms of power, it seemed to be inferior to the third prince of the Demon King. In an instant, he had already rushed up and directly smashed a divine dragon with his spear, but he was targeted by more divine dragons. The 99 divine dragons were like 99 experts of the celestial realm. Although these divine dragons were formed from the dragon veins and had no consciousness, they were even more terrifying because they seemed to have been injected with killing intent by the Matrix. One punch and one claw could destroy the sky. With so many experts of the celestial realm gathered together, even an expert of the celestial realm would not be able to break this Matrix in a short time. And this time was enough for the Kuin Peng to return. The whole scene had become a mess. More than 200 figures were fighting in the void, and they were all in the celestial realm. Boom! 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 There were crazy roars everywhere. The 99 divine dragons protected the egg of the Kuin Peng tightly, up and down, without the slightest gap. The third prince of the 9-headed infant demon king wanted to rush in several times, but was forced back by the divine dragons formed by the dragon veins. No matter how fearless these demon warriors were, they would still be afraid of death. However, these divine dragons did not have the thought of dying at all. Under the activation of the Matrix, they only killed all invading enemies. In the face of such spirits that did not know what death was, even the valiant elite soldiers of the Demon King could not break through. These people might not have thought about fighting with the Demon King before, but now they could not care so much. The Kuin Peng, whoever could get the Kuin Peng, even if they had to challenge the Demon King in the future, there was nothing to be afraid of. So what if it was the Demon King? The Demon King was also no match for the Kuin Peng. At this time, everyone seemed to have gone crazy. They were extremely brave and crazily attacked the line of defense of the 99 divine dragons. Divine dragons formed by the dragon veins were constantly blown up on the spot. However, these divine dragons formed by the dragon veins quickly reformed after being blown up on the spot because they were lifeless. Boom! 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 Damn it, there's no end to it. At this time, the third prince of the Demon King could not help but roar. He had just nailed a divine dragon to death with his spear, but it did not take long for the divine dragon to reform. These 99 divine dragons were formed by the 99 dragon veins. As long as there was no problem with the dragon veins, even if these 99 divine dragons were all destroyed, they would be able to regenerate in a short while. It was as if there was no end to them. Open a path for me. At this time, the third prince of the Demon King directly rushed over. At this time, there were a few figures faster than him, directly knocking away a few divine dragons. However, these figures were quickly blocked by a few mystical dragons. However, it did not take long for a few more figures to charge forward. They continued to charge forward, one after the other, and charged forward for a distance. Wave after wave, one after another, they rushed out and opened a path. These tooth soldiers were the most elite guards under the command of the 9-headed Demon King, and also the most loyal. Even if the third prince of the 9-headed Demon King wanted them to die, they would never frown. At this time, seeing that the third prince of the 9-headed Demon King was about to touch the Kuin Peng egg, everyone became anxious. But they could do nothing but watch the Kuin Peng egg fall into the hands of the third prince of the 9-headed Demon King. Suddenly, in the void, a figure flew over from afar. He took advantage of the time when the divine dragon was forced to open up a path for the tooth soldiers to enter. A big hand directly appeared from the void, directly grabbing the Kuin Peng egg. How dare you! The third prince of the 9-headed Demon King suddenly became furious. Just when the Kuan Ping egg was about to be in his hands, someone actually dared to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Boom! The long spear in the third prince of the nine-headed Demon King's hand instantly pierced out. The terrifying genuine vitality in the void turned into a huge nine-headed Ing, with 9 huge heads, opened their bloody mouths, and directly bit towards the figure. Swoosh! Just when the huge nine-headed Ing was about to bite the figure suddenly leaped forward a big step, evading the attack. Yi Shiwen immediately made a move, directly grabbing the Kuan Ping egg with his big hand. The moment his hand touched the Kuan Ping egg, the law of wind and the law of water on the Kuan Ping egg directly turned into talisman long swords, slashing towards Yi Shiwen. Oh, how troublesome! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, grabbing and destroying the talisman long swords formed by the law of water and the law of wind on the spot. The Kuan Ping itself was a ferocious creature formed by the law of water and the law of wind, extremely terrifying. Bang! After grabbing and destroying the talisman long swords formed by the law of wind, the Kuan Ping egg also fell into Yi Shiwen's hands smoothly. Yi Shiwen immediately threw it into Tianyuan mirror without any hesitation, then turned around and fled on the spot. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The third prince of the nine-headed Demon King immediately roared angrily, directly chasing after Yi Shiwen. Chase! I must kill him, die without a burial place. The third prince of the nine-headed Demon King directly chased in Yi Shiwen's direction. The elite tooth soldiers reacted almost instantly, chasing in Yi Shiwen's direction. The other demon clans also quickly reacted and rushed out one after another. Chapter 1573. Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared immediately. Behind him, the third prince roared in anger. The Kuan Ping egg that he was about to get was taken away by someone else. Kid, hand over the Kuan Ping egg, or you won't get away today. The third prince roared. Hand over the Kuan Ping egg. You must hand over the Kuan Ping egg, or you won't get away. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying attacks exploded directly behind Yi Shiwen. Every time Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in the void, a series of terrifying attacks directly blasted towards him. The demon wings on Yi Shiwen's back spread out and flapped continuously. He did not dare to stop at all. Those who could break through the blockade of the Nine Infants clan were all experts above the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. Not a single one of them was ordinary. Not to mention, there were also experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Heaven Realm hidden among them. These were all experts that Yi Shiwen could not deal with now. He could not even stop. Behind him, countless giant hands flew randomly, each extremely terrifying. Once he stopped, he might be caught on the spot. Once he stopped, these angry demon experts would catch up to him, and that would be the end of him. His figure was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, he had already leaped to the cave entrance. This cave had been reinforced by the Kuan Ping for countless years, and the space was already extremely sturdy. It could be broken, but it was absolutely impossible to directly tear the void and escape from here. Therefore, even celestial realm experts could not escape through the void. In this case, it gave Yi Shiwen a better opportunity to move around in a small area. His lightning wings could be called the best. Whoosh! When his figure flickered again, he was already at the cave entrance. However, as soon as he appeared at the entrance of the cave, he saw a terrifying creature that looked like a huge black cloud appear in front of him. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air because he was sure that he was not mistaken. This was an incomparably huge fish. However, there was a huge wound on the fish's body that was thousands of meters long. Blood was spilling out of it. Kuan Ping. Yi Shiwen reacted almost immediately. Holy sh*T. This big guy is definitely that Kuan Ping. When the Kuan Ping leaves the water, it is a great Ping. But when it is in the water, it will transform into a huge deep-sea beast called the Kuan. Just now, the battle inside was too intense, and he didn't notice that Kuan Peng had already returned. He did not know the outcome of the battle between him and the nine-headed, snake-headed Demon King. After all, this Kuan Peng seemed to be severely injured. However, seeing that the nine-headed, snake-headed Demon King did not chase after him, even if Kuan Peng did not win, he should not have lost much. But at this moment, regardless of whether he won or lost, it was not something he could guess. Without any hesitation, he immediately dove into the cold pool below the cave entrance. Boom! It was as if he had drilled into the hardest mountain rock. This frigid water pool was especially cold, and its density was astonishing. He smashed a huge hole in the entire frigid water pool before he was submerged in it. At the same time, the enraged Kuan Peng seemed to know that the restriction it had set up had been tampered with. Its huge body directly blocked the entrance of the cave, and the mighty figures of the demon clan who had chased after it were immediately blocked by the Kuan Peng. Roar! Kuan Peng's angry roar reverberated out, and immediately began to carry out a terrible massacre on these bandits who had trespassed into its home. And those who stayed in the frigid water pool also finished writing and did not dare to move. They held their breath and concentrated. Once they attracted the attention of Kuan Peng, then they would be finished. Speaking of which, they might be the ones that Kuan Peng wanted to kill the most, because the Kuan Peng egg was in his hands. If he was discovered by Kuan Peng, then he would definitely die if he was surrounded and intercepted by this terrifying beast. Above him, the Kuan Peng was on a killing spree. Several experts at the ninth heaven of the celestial realm, relying on their profound skills, wanted to rush out directly, but they were all swept to death by the Kuan Peng's tail. Their bodies were torn apart on the spot and devoured by the Kuan Peng. A burst of screams came out. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little creeped out, but at this time he couldn't care about the others. As soon as he dived into the northern underworld cold water, he felt a terrible chill. It almost froze his limbs completely. Even his blood felt as if it was going to freeze. This kind of cold air directly penetrated into the depths of his bone marrow, but he couldn't use his internal power to resist it, because once he tried to resist it, the aura that would set off might attract the attention of that Kuan Peng, and in that case, even if he wanted to escape, it would be impossible. And at this time in the distance, the 5 elements Qian Yuan map was summoned by him. The part of the water element bloomed with a trace of blue light, wrapping Yi Shiwen in it. It could resist the coldness of the northern underworld cold water to the greatest extent. In this case, Yi Shiwen could only rely on his tyrant body to resist forcibly. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been frozen to death at this time. In other words, only Yi Shiwen could persist until now. After another full hour, the killing in the Kuan Peng's cave above finally ended. It could be said to be a field of corpses. Whether it was the experts at the 7th or 9th level of the celestial realm, all died tragically. Whether it was the rogue demon clan, or the experts of the Joeying clan, including the 3rd prince of the Joeying demon king, they all died on the spot. Not even their bones were left. They were all devoured by the Kuan Peng, leaving nothing behind. The Kuan Peng, who could not find its eggs, went crazy. Its profound martial power burst out in an instant, shaking out in circles. The space completely collapsed, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. The terrible power also penetrated into the northern underworld cold water. Although it could not completely shatter the space in the northern underworld cold water, the terrible power shook the entire lake's surface wildly. Yi Shiwen was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, he was about to be frozen to death, but he still had to be washed by the power of the Kuan Peng again and again. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, but the Kuan Peng, who had lost its eggs, was still crying in grief and indignation. The terrible fluctuations made Yi Shiwen's whole body begin to overflow with blood. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to use the Phoenix regeneration technique to repair himself as much as possible without disturbing the Kuan Peng. And his whole person also fell into a deep state of dormancy. Although he could not mobilize the qi in his body to move, he could still use the mysterious space to carry out martial arts deduction. A year's time passed in a blink of an eye. In this year's time, Yi Shiwen's vital characteristics seemed to have fallen to the bottom. He only maintained the necessary bodily functions. His whole person looked like a dead person, and there was no longer the boiling qi and blood in the past. For a whole year, this Kuan Peng was roaring crazily. After roaring for a year, this Kuan Peng vented the anger in its heart and began to fly out of the sea, turning into a great Peng and flying into the demon land to look for food. Kuan Peng, it's gone! After a long time, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes, and his voice was a little dry, as if he had not spoken for countless centuries. He was immersed in the comprehension of the martial arts realm. He didn't know how much time had passed. If he hadn't sensed that Kuan Peng's powerful aura had left, he might have continued to sleep like this. As long as Kuan Peng didn't leave, he wouldn't wake up. Even for a period of time, he was a little desperate that Kuan Peng might never leave again, or it was possible to rest for a few decades before going to look for food, and this was not surprising at all. With the lifespan of Kuan Peng that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, a few decades was nothing more than 1 or 2 days for ordinary people. Finally left, Yi Shiwen could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This Kuan Peng gave him too much pressure, and it was not something he could match at all. With the continuous operation of his martial power, the body that seemed to be on the verge of death began to gradually recover its vitality, and the blood began to surge again. In just a moment, from the extremely depressed state, he suddenly recovered to the peak state. Moreover, he didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to climb higher and higher. Although he didn't move for an entire year, it wasn't that he didn't do anything. Instead, he was immersed in comprehending the heavenly Tao. Not daring to do anything in the past year had allowed him to make great progress in his comprehension of the way of heaven. And now he was going to transform the results of his comprehension in the past year into strength, wanting to break through into the 5th heaven of the heaven realm in one go. Originally, he thought it would still take some time, but he did not expect that during this time his cultivation had completely reached the peak of the 4th level of heaven realm. In addition to his sincere understanding of the way of heaven in this year, he had spent a total of 5 spirit crystal mineral veins. Compared to a year ago, his understanding of the way of heaven had changed dramatically. If it was not because of that Kuan Peng, he would have already tried to break through. However, although all aspects were ready, the whole process of breaking through was still a very long process. Unlike accumulation could be forcibly accelerated by various means, but breaking through was all about opportunity. What was missing was that opportunity. In this way, Yi Shiwen practiced at the bottom of the pool for a whole 10 days. Boom! Finally, Yi Shiwen's aura was no longer stagnant, but in one breath he broke through to the 5th level of heaven realm. After breaking through to the 5th level of heaven realm, Yi Shiwen's aura once again rose by several times. He did not move, and his body was undergoing a kind of rebirth. Chapter 1574. Yi Shiwen recuperated for a full month and finally stabilized his aura, consolidating his own realm. In this month, in addition to consolidating his realm, Yi Shiwen finally completed the water element of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. In this year, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram itself had absorbed enough northern dark cold water, but Yi Shiwen did not dare to refine it for fear of attracting Kuan Peng's attention. With the northern dark cold water, the water element of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was quickly refined. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stay for long after he had finished refining the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. He quickly left the northern underworld sea. At this time, he looked at the surroundings of the northern underworld sea. It was already a desolate scene. Those cities that were originally quite lively had all been breached. It seemed as if they had been breached by someone with great power. The entire city was deserted. It seemed as if everyone had been sucked away. Yi Shiwen understood that Kun Peng must have come and wreaked havoc. He did not stop and immediately headed in the direction of the human clan's territory. As he went deeper into the demon clan's territory from the northern underworld, more and more rumors about Kun Peng appeared. It turned out that during this period of time, Kun Peng seemed to have gone mad after losing its egg. It swept through all the cities in the northern underworld sea. Millions of demon clan members died tragically in Kun Peng's belly. Although Kun Peng would come out to forage for food every once in a while, it still knew what restraint was. Besides, it did not want to anger the entire demon clan. Otherwise, Kun Peng would not be able to bear the wrath of the demon clan. But now, Kun Peng had gone mad after losing its egg. It swept through all the cities in the northern underworld sea and went all the way to the depths of the demon clan. Wherever it passed, there was no sign of human habitation. Whether it was demonic beasts or demon clan members, they were all wiped out. Often, tribes of demon clan members were directly wiped out. In the face of such a powerful Kun Peng, ordinary demon clan members were no match at all. The final direction of this Kun Peng was the territory of the nine-headed fierce beast clan. Slowly, the matter of the nine-headed fierce beast king besieging Kun Peng became known. Everyone also knew that Kun Peng was heading for the nine-headed fierce beast clan. Others were simply implicated. In that battle, the Jiuying demon king suffered some losses under the hands of Kun Peng. In the end, he had to retreat. However, Kun Peng lost the Kun Peng egg during this period of time, so he was going crazy. What kind of character was the Kun Peng? Since a long time ago, their race had already been one of the peerless overlords of the demon territory. Even though they did not have the majesty of the first Kun Peng as a demon master, they were definitely the most terrifying and peerless overlord in the demon territory that could not be provoked. Even someone as daring and ambitious as the nine-headed infant demon king only dared to surround and kill the Kun Peng after it had grown old and laid its eggs. Even so, it still failed to kill the Kun Peng. From this, one could see how terrifying the Kun Peng was. However, Kun Peng's incessant killing also attracted many hidden Demon King level experts. In addition, the nine-headed infant Demon King and several hidden Demon King level experts of the nine-headed fierce beast clan joined forces to besiege Kun Peng. Who would have thought that the Kun Peng was not as simple as it seemed? It had actually attracted the attention of some rarely seen demonic beasts in the demon land. The Kun Peng had also gathered quite a few experts. The two sides had started an earth-shattering battle in the territory of the nine-headed fierce beast tribe. The battle had broken the sky and the earth, and the sun and moon had lost their light. In the end, Kun Peng's side had fewer people and could only retreat. As the main force, the angry Kun Peng was seriously injured and escaped into the void. Some people saw that Kun Peng did not even return to the northern underworld sea. Instead, he escaped into the void. It seemed that he also knew that if he returned to the northern underworld sea, it would not take long for the nine-headed infant demon king to find him. At that time, it would be too late even if he wanted to leave. For the demon territory, this battle also resulted in heavy casualties. The nine-headed fierce beast clan, which was once one of the top 10 demon kings, after experiencing the rebellion of the new king and Kun Peng's rebellion, lost more than half of its experts. Its ranking quickly fell from the top to the bottom. It could not be said that it was not a heavy loss. Besides the nine-headed fierce beast clan, many other demon clans were also ravaged by Kun Peng. Many of the clans even disappeared. After this battle, although the demon clan could not be said to be seriously injured, they would not have the time to pay attention to the outside world in the short term. The cause of all this was because Yi Shiwen had taken away the Kun Peng egg. In the end, it had led to this monstrous disaster. However, Yi Shiwen did not regret it. In fact, this was a good thing for the human race. Currently, more than half of the human clan's forces were being held up by the demon clan. If the other clans suddenly launched an attack at this time, it would definitely be a disaster for the human clan. This was not impossible. They might even choose to watch the human clan and the demon clan suffer losses before launching an attack. At least for now, the demon clan would not have this idea. In the short term, the demon clan would not have the time to care about other things. Because of Kuan Peng, the already chaotic demon territory became even more chaotic. Moreover, due to the influence of so many Demon King-level experts, many reclusive demon clan patriarchs appeared one after another. For a moment, there was a feeling of chaos in the demon territory. Originally, the 10 demon kings joined forces to establish order in the world, but now it was in danger of collapsing. It was precisely because of this that the demon clan had no time to care about other things. However, this also caused a lot of trouble for Yi Shiwen to leave. It could even be said that he was almost unable to leave. All kinds of battles continued. Although Yi Shiwen's strength was much more tyrannical than when he first entered the demon territory more than a year ago, in the face of the chaos in the demon territory, it was not an easy thing for him to cross. In the demon territory, if one did not have the strength of the celestial realm, he might not have the opportunity to leave the place where he was born and travel to other places, because it represented a very terrible danger. Only some peerless heaven's pride had other means to travel around. Yi Shiwen spent a full half a year to cross the demon territory and return to the human clan. After leaving the demon territory, Yi Shiwen slightly breathed a sigh of relief. The demon territory was full of miasma. Although it did not hinder him, it was not very comfortable. After returning to the human clan, Yi Shiwen found that Bai Majiao had not disappeared for more than a year. On the contrary, it was becoming more and more arrogant. Now that he had arrived here, he was not in a hurry to rush back to the Yi family. There were still several months before the Imperial Court's top 100 rankings competition. He had enough time. After all, the territory of the human race was not like the territory of the demon race. At any time, there might be a hidden old monster hiding somewhere. 1 month was more than enough time. Yi Shiwen went all the way in the direction of Yi family. Along the way, he saw Devil Race or Bai Majiao's disciples causing trouble. Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh with emotion. Compared to the demon race, the human race was really too weak. Although the population of the demon race was not as large as that of the human race, but every citizen was a soldier, and every one of them was a master of martial arts. Unlike the human race, many ordinary mortals were basically powerless. Although there were many warriors gathered in many cities, but in many cities and countries, the majority of the population was still ordinary mortals, and not all of them had countless warriors. On an ancient road of the human race, a gust of wind blew and a cloud of dust rose. A cyan figure was slowly walking on the road. He walked into a small tea stall on the roadside, and immediately a waiter came forward to greet him. "Sir, would you like a bowl of herbal tea?" This waiter had some eyesight and saw that this person was actually wearing a long robe in such a hot weather. Otherwise, he was afraid that this person was not an ordinary person and should be a warrior. "I would like a bowl of herbal tea." Yi Shiwen smiled and said. He could not help but sigh with emotion in his heart. He had not felt this way for a long time. Since he started to practice, he had rarely felt so carefree. "Here comes the herbal tea, 2 copper coins for a bowl." The waiter came forward and poured a bowl of herbal tea. Yi Shiwen directly crushed an ingot of silver from Tianyuan mirror and took out a silver coin and directly gave it to the waiter. "This is the money for the tea, and the rest is my reward for you," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. "Thank you, sir, for your reward." "Thank you, sir." The waiter repeatedly thanked Yi Shiwen with a look of gratitude. "I would like to ask one more thing. This place seems to be very peaceful. Are there no demon beasts causing trouble?" Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment and asked. "Of course not." The waiter shook his head repeatedly. Even if the people of the ancient barons continent had low cultivation, they still had some knowledge. "Sir, to tell you the truth, I have also heard that many demon beasts have appeared in various places in the past few years, but they did not affect this place. That is why we dare to set up a stall and do business here. Otherwise, how would we dare to come out when the demon beasts are rampaging? Yi Shiwen nodded. It seemed to be the case. Ever since he entered this country called the State of Kai, he realized that the demon beasts that were causing trouble outside had suddenly disappeared. He had crossed through more than half of the State of Kai, but he did not find a single demon beasts. Then it's fine. You can go do your business, Yi Shiwen said. Suddenly, a dense sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. He saw a group of more than a dozen horsemen galloping directly from afar. Their horses were extremely powerful. In just a moment, they seemed to be on the other side of the main road, but now they were near here. The hooves of the horses kicked up a cloud of dust, and then they reined in the reins and dismounted. It was a group of more than a dozen teenage boys and girls. All of them looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Among them, there was a man and a woman leading them. The man seemed to be slightly older, about 18 years old. He was handsome and had a somewhat arrogant expression on his face. Chapter 1575. The other leader was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She was dressed in a fiery red outfit and looked like a group of flames. She had a delicate appearance and was holding a horsewhip in her hand. She looked quite heroic. I am tired, now let's take a break, that 16 or 17-year-old girl in red said. Her voice was sweet and melodious, just like the sound of a bell. Yes, we are also tired, so let's take a break. Yes, yes. Hearing the girl's words, the others hurriedly echoed one after another, as if they were trying to please the girl. Then they looked at the man who was the leader of the group. The man pondered for a moment and said, Well, let's take a break. Innkeeper, serve us some herbal tea. Yes, yes, sir. The innkeeper quickly stepped forward and said in a respectful manner. He was afraid of martial arts experts and also afraid of these rich and powerful people. However, this group of people seemed to have both of these characteristics, and he could not help but have a headache. This time we went abroad and eradicated several devils of Truth Realm. It was really satisfying if not for Brother Wang Tong. Then we would not have been able to do it so easily. Brother Wang is really powerful. Those devils of Truth Realm were simply vulnerable to a single blow from Brother Wang. In just 2 or 3 moves, they were cut down like melons and vegetables. At this time, someone exclaimed in admiration, but his eyes were looking at the leader of the group. Obviously, this should be the Brother Wang Tong that he was talking about. At this time, the world is in chaos, and it is time for us to show our usefulness. Someone said in an impassioned manner, Unfortunately, those devils only dare to cause trouble in other countries and do not dare to take a step closer to our Kai state. Our martial arts skills are actually useless. Another teenager said with emotion, If not for Brother Wang Tong's leadership, it would not have been easy for us to go abroad. Of course, under the deterrence of our Wang family, those devils and monsters would not dare to come near us. At this time, the young man called Wang Tong indifferently said, but there was an uncontrollable pride on his face. At this time, his eyes were looking at the girl in red. Yi Shiwen didn't know where his train of thought had suddenly flown to. It turned out that this was the territory of the Wang family. No wonder there were no devils causing trouble. Although the devils had extended their claws to the humans on the ground, they were generally in some small countries without the protection of major forces. For example, the Yi family and the Wang family were directly under the rule of the region, so no devils dared to cause trouble. Wasn't it courting death? With the deep-rooted rule of these clans, they would be suppressed to death before they could cause trouble. This Wang Tong was probably already a half-step legendary existence. He was young and promising. Of course, he couldn't be compared to some abnormal geniuses. However, the ancient Baron's continent was huge, and there were only a handful of such people. This time, a demon has entered our Kai state. It's said that it descended from the sky. It attracted the attention of our Wang family, and even our ancestral family's famous genius, Wang Yuxian, personally led a team to exterminate the demon. For us, this is a rare opportunity. I begged for it for a long time before my father allowed me to go. This demon exterminating mission is extremely important. It's said that a terrifying demon in the transcendent realm might have escaped. Those who are able to follow are basically great sage and above. It's a great opportunity for us to train ourselves. One day, we might even be able to smoothly ascend to the transcendent realm and become a great figure with boundless longevity. Wang Tong looked at the girl in red and continued, trying to attract her attention. Transcendent realm. Oh my God, a transcendent realm demon. No wonder they mobilized so many people. Even the great general of our dynasty doesn't have such a cultivation. Transcendent realm. That's enough to be ranked in the first grade. Being able to witness their battle with our own eyes is extremely beneficial for us. The youths exclaimed. The Kai state was one of the Wang family's territories. It was considered peaceful for a long time, especially for these aristocratic youths. Even if it was a demon race, they would only be able to see it after going to other countries. Not to mention a terrifying transcendent realm demon. Many of them were getting excited. I'm not interested in that demon. I just want to enter the mountain range and obtain the heavenly fault grass to treat my father's illness, said the girl in red with her delicate eyebrows knitted together. Don't worry, Junior Ruaman. Uncle's matters are my matters as well. That mountain range is usually guarded by transcendent realm beasts. Normally, we wouldn't dare to enter. However, it doesn't matter now. With the experts from the Wang family and the ancestral family around, even the transcendent realm beasts wouldn't dare to casually appear. I will also help you find the heavenly fault grass. Don't worry, the great general's injuries will definitely be fine, said Wang Dong. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can request for a panacea from the clan. I guarantee that the great general's illness will be completely cured. There's no need for that. As long as there's the heavenly fault grass, my father's illness will be completely cured. There's no need for that, said Yuan Roming as she shook her head and rejected Wang Dong's suggestion. Seeing that his suggestion was rejected, Wang Dong couldn't help but smile brightly. May I ask everyone if there are any demons in the sky that have entered the Kai state? Suddenly, the green-clothed man who had been silent at the side suddenly spoke. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was on this man. At this moment, someone asked, "Who are you?" I'm also a martial artist. The world is not peaceful recently, and there are demons causing trouble. I have also killed some demons along the way. I thought that there weren't any demons causing trouble in the Kai state, but I didn't expect to hear that a demon had descended. Hence, I was thinking if I could be of some help, said Yi Shiwen. He naturally wouldn't care about ordinary matters. However, this matter was related to the demon race, and it even came from the sky. These people might not know about it, but how could he not know? It was probably a powerful demon that came from the battlefield that besieged the imperial court. These demons were the elites of the demon race. It wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Once a commotion broke out, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Now that the world was in turmoil, he couldn't control the whole world, but he could still control some of the things that he encountered. You want to control it? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. That's a transcendent realm-level demon. Even a great sage isn't its opponent, someone said with a sneer. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was at most a truth realm cultivator. Going there would be no different from courting death. Although my cultivation isn't very high, I still have some means to protect myself. I should be of some help, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. Moreover, I also want to meet the genius of the Wang family. Wang Yuxian, I've heard of your name for a long time. In fact, he had never heard of Wang Yuxian's name. It was nothing more than a casual remark. At least you have some eyesight. Wang Tong's face immediately revealed a proud expression. That Wang Yuxian is my clan brother, and he is very close to my bloodline. However, it's best if you don't go. That kind of battle is not something you can participate in, and don't cause trouble for us." At this time, Wang Dong's expression was that of "don't cause trouble for us." He began to regard himself as the master, although he also had the opportunity to see it because of his relationship with Yi Shiwen. "Yes, don't try to cause trouble for us. Boy, don't be ungrateful. We're doing this for your own good. You'd better obediently stay here and not go anywhere. Fighting with the devil is not like those battles you have experienced before. Don't get scared and wet your pants. Ha 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 ha." That's right, that's right. The more these aristocratic youngsters talked, the more unbearable they became. They were originally unscrupulous and unscrupulous. In the Kai state, they were the highest-ranking aristocratic youngsters. Naturally, they were unscrupulous in their actions. None of them wanted to bring Yi Shiwen along. "If I can cure the great general's illness, can you bring me along?" Yi Shiwen said indifferently. "What? How is that possible? Boy, don't talk nonsense. Do you know what kind of sin this is? You'd better not talk nonsense. You? Who do you think you are? Do you know how many famous doctors have treated the great general?" Suddenly, these aristocratic youngsters loudly rebuked Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but frown. Originally, he wanted to get rid of this devil and save the people from suffering. Who knew that these people would be so rude? "Forget it. Since you don't believe me, then forget it." Yi Shiwen immediately got up and walked out of the tea stall. He was too lazy to care about other people's business. Anyway, this was the Wang family's territory. No matter what, the experts of the Wang family would be responsible for solving this problem. The Wang family was more powerful than the Yi family, so there was nothing to worry about. "Sir, please wait." At this time, the girl in red quickly opened her mouth and said. She almost jumped up all of a sudden. The other aristocratic youngsters were just standing there and talking. In any case, this had nothing to do with them. Yi Shiwen didn't look like a mysterious doctor, but she was different. After all, he was her father. She was so concerned about him that she suddenly jumped to Yi Shiwen's side and directly pulled his arm. When Wang Tong saw this scene, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Shiwen. What kind of cultivation did Yi Shiwen have? Almost in an instant, he already felt this murderous look. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Wang Tong. He actually dared to use murderous look on him. He was tired of living. If it was an old guy with celestial being cultivation, he would have already made a move. But because the opponent's cultivation was not high, he was too lazy to make a move. But in his heart, he remembered it. "What do you want?" Yi Shiwen said indifferently. "Sir, please save my father." Chapter 1576. "Mister, please save my father." Yuan Ruoming quickly stepped forward and said, while looking at Yi Shiwen with a sincere expression, "You don't believe me?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, "Mister, please don't be angry." Yuan Ruoming quickly said, "If Mister can really save my father, Ruoming will be eternally grateful." Yuan Ruoming directly bowed to Yi Shiwen, which made him somewhat surprised. Yuan Ruoming was a pampered young lady, but she actually bowed to him for her father's sake. This made him have a whole new level of respect for her. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. Wang Tong had already become somewhat impatient and said, "Sister Ruoming, this person is obviously a Jianghu swindler. We have invited so many famous doctors to treat Uncle's illness. Many famous Dr. Kings have taken a liking to him, but there has been no improvement. With only a few years of cultivation, even if he really studied medicine, it is impossible for him to save Uncle's life." "That's right, he is obviously a swindler, and now he is trying to deceive us. I think he is really tired of living." "That's right." Several other aristocratic young masters echoed one after another. "Then forget it," Yi Shiwen also said indifferently. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. "Mister, please stop. I beg Mister to help. My friends were unintentional." Yuan Ruoming fiercely glared at them and said. Those people suddenly became silent out of fear after being glared at by Yuan Ruoming. It could be imagined that Yuan Ruoming must be quite dignified on ordinary days. Since Miss Yuan is so filial, I naturally won't be so heartless. After we get rid of this devil, I will go with you to the imperial capital of the Kai state. As long as it is within my ability, I will not stand idly by. Yi Shiwen paused and said, Thank you, mister, thank you. Yuan Ruoming quickly thanked him. She also didn't know why, although others said that this person might be a swindler, but her intuition told her that he couldn't be a swindler. So, she couldn't help but believe Yi Shiwen's words. Wang Tong and the others looked at Yi Shiwen with even more displeasure in their eyes. My name is Lu Huan. Since you are a doctor, then can you help me take a look? Under Wang Tong's gaze, a sturdy 15 or 16-year-old young man stepped forward and said with a somewhat provocative look on his face. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen, especially Wang Tong. He couldn't believe that this man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere could be a famous doctor. This was illogical. How could there be so many experts on the road that people would bump into? He just glanced at this young man and said, You should be practicing a fire tribute power technique. However, it's obviously incomplete. So, you can practice it to the sage realm at most. Moreover, this fire tribute power technique is extremely overbearing. The more you practice it, the more serious the sequelae will be. It will burn your meridians day and night. If I'm not mistaken, there should be very few people in your clan who can live for a long time. How did you know? The sturdy young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Shiwen had seen through his problem with just one glance. He could obviously clench his teeth and deny it. However, everyone present here knew each other very well, so it was useless to quibble. Just as Yi Shiwen had said, the cultivation technique of their clan was indeed a fire attribute power technique. However, their ancestor had found an incomplete power technique in a cave mansion. Later, their ancestor had relied on this fire attribute power technique to make his fortune and become one of the nobles of the Kai state. He didn't care about Wang Tong's hint at this time. He looked somewhat excited as he asked, Does Misty have any way to remedy this? His lips were trembling as he asked this question. Their family had relied on this fire tribute power technique to become rich. However, they had quickly discovered the drawbacks of this fire tribute power technique. It was incomparably overbearing. It felt as if their bodies were on fire all the time. So, they had established their lair on the ice field of the Kai state in order to restrain this scorching feeling, even though they had practiced a fire tribute power technique. The more profound a person's power was, the more they could understand this feeling, especially the ancestors of their clan. They had simply lived in an ice cube and hadn't come out for dozens of years. Moreover, the lifespan of their clan was much shorter than that of other experts of the same realm. The sage experts could live up to 2,000 years at most. However, the ancestors of their clan couldn't live for more than 1,000 years at most. Then they would either commit suicide or self-destruct. The powerhouses of the older generation of a clan or a force would often be a great deterrent even if they didn't take action. They would be regarded as the existence of a deterrent force. In fact, they would be competing with the ancestors of other clans and forces to see who could live longer. A few years or even a dozen years of life could cause a huge problem under such circumstances. Moreover, there was no way to make up for the difference of several hundred years. Moreover, their family's power technique was incomplete. So, their lifespan would come to an end by the time they reached the sage realm. So, there was simply no way to make up for this power technique. There is a way, but it doesn't solve the root of the problem. The problem of your clan lies in the problem of your power technique. It will be very difficult to change it if you don't think of a way to make up for your clan's power technique. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment and said, This sturdy youth couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he immediately thought that it was better to have a way to treat the root of the problem. "Sir, please save our clan," the sturdy youth promptly said. He didn't care about Wang Tong's expression at all. Their clan looked very glorious on the outside. However, who knew about their internal suffering? Who would care about making things difficult for Yi Shiwen now that there was a way to treat the root of the problem? The main problem of your clan is that the fire tribute power technique is too overbearing. It has led to an excess of yang fire, and this is the result of the imbalance of the 5 elements. I have a Dan formula here. You can take it back. It won't solve the problem of your power technique. However, it can solve the burning problem of your body. Yi Shiwen said, "Come closer." The sturdy youth promptly stepped forward. Yi Shiwen told him the Dan formula. It was just a piece of cake for him. He had learned about all kinds of Dan formulas when he had been practicing alchemy in the past. So this was just a matter of understanding 100 things. He hadn't studied medicine. However, his medical skills were nothing more than seeing the root of the problem. Then he would find a solution. It was too easy for him to find the root of the problem with his current realm. So the solution was also at his fingertips. He wasn't like those doctors. Those doctors treated the problem according to the things they had learned and the medical theories. However, he had started from the root. So it was naturally much easier for him to solve the problem. "Thank you, Sir Yi. Thank you, Sir Yi." The sturdy youth promptly thanked Yi Shiwen. He hadn't tested the effect yet. However, he believed in Yi Shiwen's words. Yi Shiwen had seen through their clan's problem so easily. So it should be a piece of cake for him to treat them. Moreover, the more Yi Shiwen played down the problem, the more convinced he was. The others were tempted when they saw that Yi Shiwen had settled Lu Huan's matter so easily. Even an arrogant and unruly expert wouldn't dare to offend these doctors. It could be said that the path of cultivation was filled with hardships and dangers. Many experts would end up with injuries all over their bodies. Yi Shiwen himself was also full of injuries. He wouldn't know how many times he would have died if he didn't have the Phoenix regeneration technique. Some hidden injuries couldn't be treated without the Phoenix regeneration technique. Therefore, warriors had a very long lifespan in theory. However, only a few of them could reach that level. Under such circumstances, who would dare to offend those doctors? Some of the disciples of medical practitioners were even treated as distinguished guests. Yuan Ruoming's confidence in Yi Shiwen increased when she saw that Yi Shiwen had easily solved a person's problem. Sure enough, he wouldn't dare to boast casually if he didn't have some skills. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen one after another with Lu Huan as an example. Their eyes were filled with a bit of desire. Yi Shiwen didn't refuse them. He pointed out the problems in their bodies one after another. Then he gave them an elixir prescription. He couldn't prescribe an elixir prescription. He could see the problems, but he could solve them with the elixir prescription. He had only dabbled in the elixir prescription. However, alchemy was naturally not a problem for these aristocratic families. These youngsters had traveled thousands of miles to kill the devil race. In Yi Shiwen's opinion, their natures weren't bad. So he was willing to help them. "Sister Ruoming, let's set off if you have rested enough." Wang Tong saw that everyone was treating Yi Shiwen like the moon. He was getting more and more displeased. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yi Shiwen. "Damn you! You dare to steal my limelight. I will make you regret it." He naturally didn't care about a doctor. The Wang clan was a big clan. They had countless medical practitioners. They were completely self-sufficient. So they were naturally different from outsiders like them. Therefore, he was confident that he could ask for an elixir to cure Yuan Ruoming's father. At that time, he would let these country bumpkins see what a true aristocratic family was. He would also see why the Wang clan could become a marquee clan and rule over millions of miles of land. Yi Shiwen immediately sensed Wang Tong's malice. However, he didn't care. He just pointed out another person's problem. Then he said, "In that case, let's set off." Everyone immediately agreed. They weren't in the same situation as when they had been making things difficult for Yi Shiwen a moment ago. Everyone felt completely blessed for Yi Shiwen after the series of pointers. He was a hidden expert. They naturally didn't want to offend such an expert again. Chapter 1577. When Wang Tong saw this scene, he was even more resentful. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, he would be the focus of everyone's attention. However, since they had decided to set off, everyone got on their horses again. At this time, they discovered that Yi Shiwen didn't have a horse. These precious horses were extraordinary and had the bloodline of vicious beasts in their bodies. If they ran at full speed, they would be faster than if they flew. That was why they chose to ride horses instead of flying. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yap, but we don't have any extra horses left. Otherwise, you'd better take your time. We can tell you the address." Wang Tong tried his best to keep a straight face as he spoke, but his face was filled with pride. "Mr. Yi, you can ride my horse." At this time, Yuan Ruoming walked over with a fiery red horse that looked like a ball of flame and said to Yi Shiwen, "Mr. Yi, why don't you ride mine?" "Ride my Qilin horse. My Qilin horse has a trace of the Qilin beast's bloodline. When it runs, it will be like walking on flat ground." These noble children said one after another. These people were considered the elite children of their families since childhood. Each of them was shrewd and ruthless. Yi Shiwen was a peerless expert in their eyes. Even if they couldn't recruit him, they couldn't offend him. It wasn't that Wang Tong didn't understand this. However, every time he saw Yuan Ruoming, he would look at Yi Shiwen with an unfriendly gaze. He had already regarded Yuan Ruoming as his exclusive property. No one could touch her. If anyone did, he would fight them to the death. In addition, he was born in the Wang family. Even in the ancient Barons continent, the Wang family was a famous marquis family. Who were these people? How could they be compared to him? "No need. You can ride it. I have a way to keep up." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but shake his head and said he could travel hundreds of miles with a casual step. He was much stronger than these precious horses with the bloodline of vicious beasts. Since Mr. Yi said so, let's not be unreasonable. Let's go. If we can't get there in time, I'm afraid we'll miss this grand event. At this time, Wang Tong said impatiently. Yi Shiwen didn't seem to have any intention to mount his horse. So, everyone didn't want to delay any longer, so they mounted their horses one after another. As soon as he got on the horse, Wang Tong began to gallop at full speed, as if he wanted to leave Yi Shiwen behind completely. At first, everyone was worried that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to keep up with them. But soon, they discovered that no matter how fast they sped up, Yi Shiwen was always able to keep up with them easily. It seemed as if he was always hanging behind them, neither too far nor too close, not too far ahead, but also not too far behind. In the end, Wang Tong was exhausted and slowly slowed down. Running at full speed was a huge burden on the BMW, but there was no way to get rid of Yi Shiwen, so he had no choice but to give up. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the depths of an extremely large mountain range in the depths of the state of Kai. Only then did they stop. In these 3 days, everyone had a fundamental understanding of Yi Shiwen's strength. Within these 3 days, everyone ran at full speed. Even the BMW under them was exhausted like a dead dog. However, Yi Shiwen didn't fall behind even once. This made them secretly speechless, and they had a higher evaluation of Yi Shiwen's strength. Some people thought that he was in the Sage realm or even the Great Sage. They even had a faint guess that Yi Shiwen might even be a Transcendent Realm powerhouse. In the state of Kai, a Transcendent Realm powerhouse was already an absolute master. Even Yuan Ruoming's father, who was only a Transcendent Realm powerhouse, was already ranked as a Supreme General. Even the royal family wanted to rope in such a powerhouse. When such a powerhouse was injured, ordinary doctors naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. In other words, such a powerhouse's physical body was already very strong. It would be difficult for them to be injured. However, once they were injured, it would be a serious injury that was difficult to heal. As such, the Yuan family couldn't find a way to get a famous doctor to help them. They even went overseas to find a doctor's prescription. They might be able to rely on this prescription to treat their injuries. However, they didn't expect to see hope from Yi Shiwen. By the time they arrived, the entire mountain range had already been sealed. Many masters came up and down, surrounding the entire mountain range. Obviously, they were all masters on the Wang family side. Sage realm masters could be seen everywhere. Even great sage level masters could be seen occasionally. These great sage level masters were all extremely arrogant. This was normal. In these inland countries, great sage level masters could intimidate an entire region. Do you see that? Those are all masters of our Wang family. For our Wang family, this is nothing, said Wang Tong with pride. At this time, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and a figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man, a great sage. He glanced at the crowd rather arrogantly, and then said to Wang Tong, "Donger, you're here. Are these your friends?" "Yes, uncle. These are my friends. This is the daughter of the great general of the state of Kai, Yuan Roming. Junior Roming, this is my uncle," said Wang Tong to everyone. However, everyone could tell that he mainly wanted to introduce Yuan Roming. "So that's how it is. You are the daughter of the great General Yuan. I have also met him once in the past." At this time, the great sage restrained his arrogant expression. Although the Wang family was indeed a big family with countless Transcendent Realm Masters, he was not a Transcendent Realm Master after all. So, he still had to maintain the necessary respect for the Transcendent Realm Masters. "If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle." Originally, he was just a great sage. How could he be qualified to call a Transcendent Realm Master as a brother? However, he naturally wouldn't feel anything since he was from the Wang family. "Greetings, Uncle." Yuan Ruoming didn't hesitate and said directly. Everyone couldn't help but inwardly suck in a mouthful of cold air as they saw so many experts covering the sky. This was the first time they knew that the Wang clan's influence was so huge. One must know that the elders of many people's clans were only of Sage Realm. However, Sage Realm experts were as common as cabbages in this place. They weren't worth much at all. There were Sage Realm Masters everywhere. There were even many great Sage Realm Masters. At this time, they looked at Wang Tong with a little more awe. At this time, they finally remembered the legend about the Wang family that they had heard before. This legend rarely appeared, but it had been circulating in the state of Kai. There were rumors that the Wang family was the only ruler of this country. However, the younger generation rarely believed it. After all, the Wang family rarely appeared. This time, Wang Tong appeared in the state of Kai. They were all sent by the elders in their family to build a good relationship with Wang Tong. Although they faintly realized that the Wang family's strength might not be ordinary, they didn't expect them to be so stubborn. Even the imperial family might not be able to send out so many experts just based on the number of experts present. Moreover, this should only be a part of it. It seemed that the Wang family was far from the limit. For people at their level, the Wang family's fearsomeness was mixed in the legends. It was shrouded in a lot of fog. They couldn't see it clearly. They only knew that the Wang family might be very powerful. However, they didn't know how powerful they were. At this time, Wang Tong's uncle finally noticed Yi Shiwen and couldn't help but ask. He instinctively, faintly felt that Yi Shiwen was a bit unusual. Although Yi Shiwen looked too ordinary and didn't seem to be the slightest bit unusual. But on the contrary, he felt that Yi Shiwen was a bit unusual. "He's a traveling doctor," Wang Tong hurriedly said. There was a bit of disdain in his tone. He was originally shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength, but now that he had the backing of the Wang family, he suddenly felt full of confidence. Naturally, he wouldn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes, even if Yi Shiwen had some medical skills. So what? How could his identity be compared to the Wang family? How could Wang Tong's uncle not understand the insincerity in his nephew's words? It seemed that there was some grudge between him and Yi Shiwen. Uncle, this guy has some skills, but he is very annoying. Can you think of a way to get rid of him? Wang Tong directly said, We are busy sealing off this mountain range. We can't spare any manpower. We have to wait for the people of the Zong family to come. Wang Tong's uncle said with some embarrassment. The Wang family of the kingdom of Kai was only a branch family of the Wang family. Although their strength was still very strong, they couldn't be compared to the Zong family. But it doesn't matter. We have already explored this mountain range. Later, I will send some people to lead them to some dangerous places. When the time comes, he will die in the hands of demon beasts. No one will know. A murderous look flashed in Wang Tong's uncle's eyes. For him, it was just killing a person. But for the Wang family, it was nothing. That's great. Uncle, thank you. Wang Tong said happily. No need to thank me. It's just a small effort. This guy dared to offend our Wang family. He will die. Wang Tong's uncle said, disdainfully. They were communicating with their divine senses. They thought that no one was aware of it. However, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was ridiculously high. Even if they were communicating with their divine senses, it was almost no different from speaking in front of him. Wang Tong couldn't help but sneer. Regarding all of this, it was like looking at a fire. Wang Yuxian is here. The people of the Zong family are here. Suddenly in the sky, a burst of piercing sound came, followed by dozens of silhouettes breaking through the void.